Sometimes I feel like I done lost it, and I don't even really know the cost yet. But every time feelings on my mind, you remind my soul that I'm free. I know I can't go on my own. You came so I wouldn't have to go it alone. You took the long road so you could show me home. Found love better than I've ever known. So now I know that I can say you are exalted above everything on the earth that I've seen. Cause I know that my dreams come alive in the love that you promised to me. I'll keep singing your praise and you know I believe. Even when I'm down in the darkness, you call my name out loud. Used to think I had to do it on my own, but I'm never alone now. Even when I'm down in the darkness, you call my name out loud. Used to think I had to do it on my own, but I'm never alone now. In it for the long ride, even when it felt like it's a long drive, even when it felt like it's a long time. Lord, I know that you were always on time. That's just what you do, that's just how you be, that's just how you leave, that's just how I'm free, that's just how I see you got everything, that's just what I need every single day. You keep me breathing, my heart keeps believing that. Even when I'm down in the darkness, you call my name out. You're calling my name now. Used to think I had to do it on my own, but I'm never alone now. Even when I'm down in the darkness, you call my name out loud. Used to think I had to do it on my own, but I'm never alone now. Used to think I had to do it on my own, but I'm never alone now. All this time I thought that what I really wanted was some money or something to fill my bank account. But now I know that all I really wanted was to be yours. Cause you're the one who turned my life around. You're the one who turned my life around. You're the one who turned my life around. Even when I'm down in the darkness, you call my name out loud. Oh, used to think I had to do it on my own, but I'm never alone now. Never alone now. Used to think I had to do it on my own, but I'm never alone now.
I'll wait to see your golden smile, feel of 1,000 kisses. Oh, please stay a while. I'll reach up to hold your sunlit face. Feels like a handful of silk now. I'm in your warm embrace. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts till the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades to black. Together we'll look back the sun in this moment forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun. This feeling moves me every single day. I'm captured by your charm, enchanted by your ways. In the magic of your eyes, I've become lost in their spell. So come closer, my dear, because all is well. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts till the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life.
I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. Fire in my veins, I fight to gain, breaking all the rules to keep me sane.
You know me like no one else.
You know me like no one else.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know you'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know you'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Bună dimineața! Iată-ne din nou a treia zi a Conferinței Businessul Fructelor în Republica Moldova. Iarăși o zi plină de
good morning. It's a new day that when we will discuss ideas, innovations on the daily operations of agricultural workers. Yesterday we had a full day that would give an insight and bring new ideas, and I hope that you have connected yourself in front of the monitors, and we now start working and learning from the most notorious producers from our country as well as from other countries, who will definitely contribute to the enhancement of the quality and competitiveness of our fruits on the domestic and international markets. So during the presentations, the German exporters stated firmly that the fruits of Moldova have a future in the European Union and as well as in other countries. This is why I want to express our gratitude to our partners who have contributed to the organization of this conference at a high level. And here I refer to the main sponsors, Bayer company, who will start our sessions today, as well as Advisor Consulting from Italy, Adama company, Basef, Corteva, the Phytomag sponsor, and of course our media partner, Agribusiness Portal. So I'd like to invite Igor Kopaczynski, Director of Bayer Moldova, to provide the welcoming speech and also dwell upon the activities and cooperation in the years to come. Good morning, dear partners. I'd like to congratulate you on this occasion with the 6th issue of the Fruit Business Conference, and I want to say that the Bayer company is always beside the farmers. We all know that the agricultural sector, and particularly fruit growing sector, is always a sector that fights with natural calamities, with as well as with other challenges such as the interdiction of active substances and residues contained in agricultural produce. And also I'd like to say that the farmers from this segment are most innovative ones and most flexible to change. In this context, the Bayer company also comes with a number of plant protection and innovations in the given area, which will be presented today by my colleague Sorin Petrache, Laurențiu Sorin Petrache, who is responsible for horticultural products from Bulgaria, Republic Republic of Moldova and Romania. Sorin, welcome to the Fruit Forum, and we're really glad to be beside the members of Moldova Fruit Associations and beside all the producers of fruits and vegetables of Moldova. Thank you for introducing me. I hope you hear me well, and it's of course a pity for me not to physically be in front of you today. We all know that this pandemic has implications which should carefully be carefully managed, and which do not allow us interact as we used to for the time being. Thank you for the invitation, for the introduction, Igor. I want to thank you and also congratulate you for the organization of the event dedicated to Moldovan fruits at such a high level. It is a really significant event, and I think that it is of really good quality, surpassing many other events in the given sector. I think that we have a good understanding of the products. Igor has already mentioned that we are now at a halt in a way, and it is generated by the fact that for instance, our company, Bayer company, should add or should somehow fill in this gap or the interdictions on plants. It's an unbalanced wave. We cannot substitute the products. We just need to add to the existing range of plant protection substances and help the farmers. Innovations so takes into account very many aspects such as quality, safety, and of course professionalism and profitability at Bayer company. In order to observe all these parameters, we need to be careful about what and how we bring into the market. This is not simple to do, and it is not always that we can make it, and because some produce withdrawn really fast, and some prohibitions happen overnight. And for instance, in Romania, as a result of withdrawing the confit oil, which is one of the most efficient solution this year, and even now, in the orchards of Moldova, in apple orchards, we are now faced with an aggressive pressure on behalf of nonce lice. And this is clearly generated by the withdrawal of the substance without performing a preliminary analysis. If you can suggest me what to do with the or how to I see that the empowered authorities should carry out an analysis and show the pros and cons, and only then make a decision on withdrawing some plant protection substance. This is an introduction, and today I'm going to present, likewise in our video, what the Bayer company has managed to innovate and to help the farmers to become profitable. I'm going to talk about integrated technologies and particularly the novelties that Bayer has brought this year. So, dear partners, dear colleagues, and dear farmers, we've managed to bring into the market a product which, as you well know, Bayer used to bring another product that for a time being has no rival or equal competitive. I said that we also brought other products because both Movento, the only insecticide, which is a complete ascending and descending system, which is the only active substance that has this system which activates the self-immune system of plants. And this is an innovative product of Bayer company, company because it combines the aluminum phosphatile and flopiram substance. Luna K is an innovation, and thorough analysis have been repeated at Caridao and proved that it is the best plant protection product that for the seed fruits that can be applied after flowering, after blossoming. And of course, the results of tests allow us to inform you about this, and the implication is the first fall of the leaves and the start of coloring, fruit coloring. It is BCH71 for apples. Why have we separated these ways of applying between apples and pears? Because it seems that Bayer here has a good background in using the golden apples, which covers a big surface area, which is more sensitive to this product. This is why we've preferred to prohibit the application during the blossoming, the flowering, for all the varieties of apple, in order to avoid this phytotoxicity incidents. With regard to pears, we do not have such limitations. This substance can be applied even before the blossoming and before the ripening. So number of treatments is 3, and we do not recommend applying more than 2 treatments, successive treatments. It differs from the vineyards, where we recommend to use minimum 2 successive treatments, while with pears it is maximum 2 treatments in order not to create pressure, put pressure on the plant and cause phytotoxicity. The water quantity is high, 1,500 liters, and the break would be, or the pause will be 28 days. So also the maximum quantity of flopiram, because we know that Luna K is not the only product that contains flopiram that is dedicated to fruits. Luna Sensation, Luna Tranquility, Luna Experience, and Luna Kea represent a brand that is designed for fruit growing, horticulture, and pomiculture. For Luna Kea, we managed to homologate it. Because these homologations are obtained following the efficacy test. We do have a very good efficacy for the Venturia inequalis Pyrenea and for the Rhadosphera leucotrichia. So the Erwinia melora was really aggressive over the mean value. And if we analyze there are 2 or 3 maximum active substances, because antibiotic-based products have been prohibited in Romania. The Nectria galligena was encountered on many young plantations this year. Another problem, there are very few solutions present on the market or available on the market, and the Pseudomonas syringae and Stemphilium vesicarium are also encountered. So the dose would be 3 kilos per hectare, and the quantity was calculated depending on the height of the crown. So of trees in Romania in general, the majority of crowns are 3 meters high. That's why we established this amount, 3 kilos per hectare, while you can measure the height and can adjust the dose depending on what we want to achieve by via applications. For this substance shall not be applied on golden variety of apples, because we have 30% of the cultivated areas are covered by golden variety. So we prefer to provide it because this is the best product for fighting the scab in apples. Here I tried to show you the main risks in applying the Luna Care. Not only if referred to Luna Care, it shall not be applied on golden variety and not during the flowering or before, only after the flowering. So we are talking about golden. So the application at short intervals under 7 days when the growth is really intensive and we need to maintain the interval before the next application. And also it is preferable to apply it in phases of strong growth, and also it should the farmers should avoid applying it on moist foliage. So I highlighted the most important items here: 3 applications per year, annually, maximum 2 applications, consecutive applications, minimum 7 days as interval before the consecutive applications, and the application on moist foliage should be avoided, as well as combinations with or mixtures with oils should be avoided. So, and also the application on golden variety shall be prohibited. It is recommended. In fact, on this slide we have the recommendation on how to use the mixture of product with Luna Care. When we want to add an insecticide, this is the prescription: to fill the tank by half with water, so some anti-spume, adding products, SC products in some cases, where we have concentrated products, this might cause risks. And also we add phosphatil-based products, Luna Care, and other products that are used in horticulture and pomiculture that are based on phosphatil. Adding other products such as WP, granules, so, and filling the tank and maintaining or mixing constantly. These are operations that I'm sure you all know. I mentioned at the beginning that this is a special or the best product against the scab, which shall be applied after flowering. On the bottom of this slide, we have 3 tests that have been carried out in France during 4 years, 2015, 2019 tests that were carried out by different companies, including by Bayer. And the conclusion is that the Luna Care is not better than other products, while 3 applications provided or ensured higher efficiency than application of 6 treatments with a competing product or another product, which shows that Luna Care ensures a higher efficacy or effectiveness than even we would expect with regard to the scab control. I was saying about innovation, about new products, and about the pressure on conventional plant protection products. And we've brought or invented a new product, biological product, Serenate. It is it is new for the Romanian market. And we are maintaining this way of bringing special products on the market with high chances for them to be integrated in any technologies. The Serenate product is based on acids. It is a fungicide and a bactericide. Although it is a biological product, we developed it, and we have the courage to communicate that following the tests that showed a very good effect. So the active substances, Bacillus subtilis, there would be other products based on Bacillus subtilis, but we need to remember that this product has this So that would ensure gradual multiplication strain, and it has a strain that, and the product can be used with no problems in the organic production, and this is an advantage when we need to receive permits such as, or authorizations such as global back for penetrating on new markets, because at the beginning of the presentation there was a mention about the German market, that they set clear conditions while we come with solutions to observe or to meet the conditions, to help the producers to meet the conditions. I won't say very much about Serenade, but about the care that you should. It is so there will be other projects with the same strain, but this special strain is only characteristic to Serenade. So the Basil include anti-fungicide and antibacterial cells. The product has different ways of action. This product, we cannot say that it can act as a systemic action or against some degree of the development of the pathogen. It is a product with modes of action via direct contact, both as anti-fungicide and antibacterial, which colonizes the roots, so the radicular system, and it has a very active effect there because they block the assimilation by the pathogen of the nutrients needed by the plant, so facilitating the use of nutrients by the plant. On the other hand, which is a special characteristic of this product. The control of pathogens is a complex one, and it is both, it forms a barrier in which the pathogen agents cannot penetrate, inducing a similar point with acetyl, which induces the systemic resistance to pathogens. It is important for this product to be either mixed with one of acetyl-based product, such as Lunacare, be either applied before or after, but be connected with this product. Here we have overlapping or doubling of application and of the growth of the plant by or via self-protection against pathogen. We see the colonization clearly here. So absorbent parts of the radicular system or root system. It is not only anti-fungicide or antibacterial, but it's also a product that stimulates the growth of the plant, both in terms of quantity and quality. So we have numerous homologations for Serenade, including for the grapes, for vegetables and bushes. But the target is the period before the start of flowering. So the bacterium fire will remain the most dangerous pathogen for the seed fruits. So here you can see a protection scheme. We know the role of these are the homologated and active substances available in controlling this disease. Products based on copper and based on phosphatyl, and now a new tool, Serenade product based on acyl. And now the newest solution, and I want to congratulate the Moldovan authorities. They have an approach, a professional approach, and a priority approach. They know how what exactly to choose and how urgent it is. This is a product available on the market that was generated by the lack of some insecticides for all the pathogen agents. It's clear that there are gaps and we need to fill the gaps. So, Sivanto Prime, Lorenzo would like you to be shorter. So, you still have 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Okay. We need to understand that we do have a problem and we need to resolve it. And I want to congratulate the authorities that you move forward and you homologated this product before Romania. So this Sivanto Prime, the characteristic of it, it is from the butyllonide family. It's a new family, and the active substance is fluopyradifferone and diferone. It has a reaction on by ingestion, and it stops the pests. The pests stop attacking the plant or feeding with the plant following 1 to 2 hours after application, be it via injection or other way. It is a fast action substance. If it is used in the recommended dose, and it is recommended for the pollinizing plants, it persists for 28 days. It is the only insecticide that combines in a balanced manner all these advantages and qualities. I want to also highlight it's about to say about the systemic distribution. If this product is applied, the drops fall on the basis of the leaves, and they are taken to the top or to the upper part of the leaves. So, and its translaminar part traverses the leaf and controls the plant and controls the pests that are on the lower part of the leaves where the solution may not reach. So I recommend to use this product, while for those inspection buyers has a unique technology. And the last product is a flipper. The technology is called CMO Flip, and it includes Sivanto Momento products and Fiber. Fiber is a biological product. You will receive it, but before that, I can say that you have the best products for controlling the insects as plant protection products. And here I refer to a very big problem at the end of the year. So this wool lice and Movento controls this pest for a long period, and the Psila, the technology against this insect, the best one is the one provided by Bayer, which is broadly spread into and used broadly in the entire world. I want to thank you for listening, and I congratulate you for this event. And of course, should you have any questions, we'll try to answer all of the questions. We know that you are a Fidel friend of Moldova. So further, we will first watch a video.
După scheme de protecție
So after this presentation, let's go and speak about the new varieties of apricots. And I would like to invite Mr. Stefano Foschi, who is a fruit researcher and a very good friend of the fruit growers in the Republic of Moldova. He'll speak about the peach production as well as some of the apricot varieties.
We're doing well in Italy.
It's good now.
Yeah. We would like to offer you the room to present your experience and new achievements in apricots production, and people are looking forward for your presentation.
Okay, good. I can start?
Yes.
Okay. I will share my screen, and I will speak in Italian, and this is my screen.
Oh, it's going well.
It's good. Just a moment. Ok. Buongiorno. Innanzitutto grazie a...
So first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting us, for inviting me to this conference. That's actually a third time that I have been participating in such international conferences organized by the Republic of Moldova, and I would like once again to thank you for this invitation. So the topic of my presentation would be the peach.
Della pianta, quindi gestione culturale e...
So actually I will speak about the different type of apricots. First of all, I would like to speak about the research center that I'm representing. This is in Emilia-Romagna. You can see it in the left side, in the northern part of Italy, and you can see the location of that research center. So this is the center that I'm working, and that's like a node, a connection point, like intermediary between the researchers and the producers. So we try to provide a lot of advice to the producers, to the traders, as well as those who are engaging in this type of research, as well as implementing them on the field and doing all the piloting and testing. So we have a lot of representatives from private researchers as well as private labs, depending on the requirements that we set forward for them. So members of the center, CRPV center. So first of all, we are working with different producers. They are mainly located in the northern part of Italy, but actually we try to cover the entire territory of Italy, including the southern part. So we're working on developing different varieties, earlier varieties compared with the northern varieties. Once again, depends on the wish of the Producers Association, Farmers Association, business associations. Also, we try to provide support and advice to the local government, who are also members of our CRPV center, as well as private entrepreneurs. In total, so we provide approximately 60% of the total harvest, which is produced in the Emilia-Romagna region. However, the most important regions for us is our location, which are the most important farmers and the key farmers in the horticulture and the fruit growing. Now, speaking about the genetic improvement as well as developing of some new varieties, so we do the following. So we engaged in horticulture as well as in herbaceous crops, as well as fruit bearing is our industry. Also, we manage the fruit trees, and we try to cover all the aspects related to plant protection, tree protection, and pest control. Another issue is ensuring the ecological sustainability at local level. Another very important pillar that we focus on is organic agriculture, organic farming, as well as developing some special field with agro organic as well as ecological fields. Now let me go into some details, and in my presentation I will speak about the management, about how we can manage the orchards. In particular, I will speak about the peach orchard. So in this regard, we are conducting a series of activities relating to mechanical management, mechanical advice support to the crop growing, and the purpose would be to reduce the costs related to the growth and production of such kind of fruit. I would like to share a couple of experience and practices related to plant protection as well as netting and covering the orchards in order to ensure protection against hail. So this is not only anti-hail protection, but this also we try to introduce some new systems. And the purpose is to ensure anti-hail protection as well as protection against any type of pests, diseases, as well as meteorological support. So we would like to protect our fruit from different kind of natural calamities, cracking, and pest. Second issue that I would like to speak about is about the new type of agriculture, which includes two important issues. First of all, I would like to speak about water management as well as fertilizer control, as well as managing the fruit bearing. What do I mean by this? So here we would like to speak about the quality insurance. In order to have a better quality of fruit and production, we have to introduce some new technologies. So mechanical management. So this is the first issue that we would decide. So this is about the thinning of the buds and of the flowers and the sprouts, as well as the mechanical type of thinning. So this is a new practice. We are now developing that new technology, and we have a couple of companies that are using these technologies for several years in a row. However, for example, if you take the apricot or the peach, it has to follow the apple, because initially this technology was used for the apple trees in the northern parts of our orchards, and then we switched to using it on the apricot and peach. So this is a mechanical thinning of the trees done with a special tractor, which you can see it on the right. So that's a special instrument, a mobile instrument that would do the thinning and cutting. And the purpose, as well as the goal and the results are a bit different. You can see initially, so that was the type of X as vertical wall, and you can see the blades that are positioned, and this is on the left side of the screen. But gradually, year by year, so some new technologies appeared, and now we have the horizontal or the oblique type. It can be adjusted to different type of vegetation as well as to different type of orchards. So it's a very flexible and adjustable technology. So that's the only equipment that can be used, and you can see and compare so the results before and after the use of that mechanical equipment. And you can see the buds and the flowers that fall, and this is a very early thinning that we conduct. I would like to show you a couple of results from this technology. Mechanical thinning is very quick in terms of speed, velocity, compared with the manual one. So it has to be done on the bottom part of the tree. It shouldn't be longer than 2 hours on 1 hectare. However, it has to be adjusted also manually. So the flowers are thinned manually and then followed by a mechanical one, or vice versa. It can be like an integrated cross between the manual as well as a mechanical. So the final would be the manual one after the mechanical thinning. So thereby, we managed to save 50% of the labor force compared with the manual thinning. So that's the advantage. But the most important, the key advantage is the quality. So the quality of the fruit is the benefit from this. And I would like to say that our production can be seen on that graph, and it's clear that you can have better results, and the size, the grading, and the quality of the fruit is much better. Because the purpose would be to have a better size and caliber of the fruit, but another very important result that we would like to achieve is to reduce the smaller fruit. In such a way, giving the possibility to exclude the fruit that is of a smaller size or of a lower quality. Because eventually the final consumers would not buy such kind of product, such kind of fruit. So that's another example. And you can see how this is being done for the peach. So to the right, you can see a comparison between the situation before the thinning and after the thinning. And you can see what is the size of the fruit, with and without. So in the first situation, we have 23 millimeters. And on the right, you can see already the fruit that has already been thinned, having less flowers and less fruit on the branch. And you can see the example of 30 millimeters. So this is the size that we would like to accomplish. It's much bigger. So the picture was taken in the same period of time. So we have a comparison between the traditional, conventional, as well as the mechanical thinning. Another advantage for the mechanical thinning for the tree is the mechanical cutting and the mechanical pruning or trimming. So you can see some of the bars, vertical bars on this equipment, on this machine to the right. It's built in form of a wall, as well as having some blades horizontally, which is located on the top part of the tree. So this is a mechanical pruning, and this mechanical pruning can be done after the harvesting. It's like a post-harvesting pruning. On the one side, we're able to save time compared with the manual thinning and cutting or pruning, but also physiologically speaking, these trees would have a better lightning, would also have a better lightning in the bottom part of the tree, as well as the ripening and the maturity of the buds, of the sprouts would be better, and that can be also preserved for the next year, and the yield would be better for the next year. Now, I would like to show a couple of protection systems, some of the nettings that we use against hail. So we are now shifting from the classical system of anti-hail, because initially that was used only against hail, but now in the present situation we have a new trend. So we have an integrated coverage system and having different purposes to be accomplished as a result of this integrated system. So first of all, this is a new type of protection system to the right, once again against different type of pests. It can be used as a pest control, because one of the most important diseases affecting the fruit is the Asiatic fly, which causes a lot of problems for the orchards. So that's the first. And the second advantage of this coverage with a net is to prevent or protect against very intensive precipitation and hail that might also create a lot of problems and influence the quality of the fruit as a result of the precipitation and moisture. Because if we speak about cherries, so there can be a cracking. For example, if you have an intense rain, so that might also affect the peach during the pre-harvest period, and as a result of that, the size of the fruit might grow, might be bigger, but also might cause some problems related to fruit resistance, or actually the validity and the shelf life of that particular fruit might also be impaired. So when we look at this protection system, so we have a lot of benefits, and all these issues and all these causes shall be taken into account when we develop this protection system. So all these issues have to be kept under control and solutions be found in such a way that would be able to ensure pest control, damage control, as well as anti-hail control. Another innovation so which is now in the process of developing and researching. It is not yet being applied in practice, but nevertheless, some of the farmers from Italy have already started applying this technology. So they've taken it on board and applied them in their practice, in their farming practice. So this is the foil, which you can see on the bottom part between the rows of the trees, and it has to be applied 2 or 3 weeks before the harvesting of the fruit. And the purpose of this would be to increase the light shine, the light coming on the bottom part of the vegetation foliage, in particular coming to the root system, because here we have like an orchard which has a height of about 4 to 5 meters, and which is in the process of developing, growing, and a lot of analysis is being done to use that particular foil upon the harvesting. So this is considered like an intelligent and smart technology, and these technologies allow us to control step by step, both in terms of vegetation, as well as ripening of the sprout, as well as of the fruit. We're able to monitor the caliber, the size, and also on the bottom part, right bottom, you can see another type of equipment that is being used to check the quality of the fruit. So we can see the exact time so when the fruit has to be harvested. Also, some other equipment allows us to see whether the fruit is ripened, whether it can be harvested. And these are some kind of tools and instruments that are in the process of developing, but so many Italian companies are already applying them in their farming, in their ordinary farming experience. Another example that I would like to provide, peach and nectarines. So we will mainly focus on simple plain nectarines and not the flat ones. So that's the ordinary. So this is an advice about the varieties of peach that can be recommended for Moldova, for your areas. And you can see all the varieties of nectarines with the yellow flesh. And if we speak about the maturity and the ripening from mid of June, and then we can cover the entire period until mid of September. So thereby we might say that the harvesting would last for approximately 3 months. And all of these are sweet nectarines with low acidity, as well as a very good Brix ranking. Also, they would be in flower a bit at a later stage, and you can see the color. It is very good for the Moldovan areas, for your areas, and all these varieties that you can see on the screen, like Ribus, Karen, and others, would ensure very good size and color and the pulp and the flesh. The same can be said about the yellow apricot or peach, which has the same period of maturity. The flowering is done at a very early stage. Most likely, so maybe this apricot might not be suitable for Moldova because it ripens too quick. However, if you look on another type of nectarine with the white flesh, we don't have so many varieties of this white flesh nectarine, because the white flesh of the peach has a certain niche on the market, which is not so well defined. So now we're working on the genetic improvement and genetic development of that type of nectarine. So thereby, we have less varieties of nectarine that can be accepted by the farmers and be grown by the farmers. So in the previous conferences that I attended, and also delivering my presentation, previously I was asked to speak about flat peach and nectarine. So that's a type of peach. So we have 5 minutes only until the end of the presentation. Only a couple of words about that type and variety. So we're talking about the flat nectarine and peach. in cooperation with the organization committee of the Moldova Fruit National Conference. So we have tried to promote this type of fruit in the Republic of Moldova. This project would start in 2021. So there will be 10 varieties selected for that particular purpose on these demo lots. As I have said a bit earlier, so these kind of varieties will be tested in the Republic of Moldova, and you saw these varieties on the previous slides. They will be tested on 2 areas in the Republic of Moldova in order to see how they can adjust to the climate conditions of Moldova in different areas, and to see what is the quality of the fruit and the result that can be accomplished in terms of the yield, in terms of the quality of the fruit in Moldova. Now we're trying to identify the farmers. I don't believe it would be difficult to identify the farmers in such a way that the farmers be eager to test such kind of fruit. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
We are looking forward to have you here in Moldova in our demo plots that we will start next spring, and we consider that nectarines and peach and apricots will be one of the important opportunity to diversify our products. Thank you very much again, and see you next time.
Okay, you're welcome, and see you soon, I hope. Okay.
În continuare, noi o să ne...
So now we would go to Germany, and also would like to invite Michael. So this is a research institution not far from München. And also we had the possibility to visit that institution, providing the fruit growers from Germany as well as here for the Republic of Moldova would provide some new ideas on stone fruit production. Michael, welcome.
Opportunity to present some data on our varieties at your conference.
Yeah, we are very, very glad that you are here with us, and we hope that pandemic will go away and you will have opportunity to visit Moldova, and we will start to collaborate with you.
Yeah, I hope so as well, yeah.
Please take your room for the presentation.
Yeah. So I would like to give you some information on some apple, pear, and plum varieties we have bred at our institute. Just a few words on our institute. This is a completely private company called Bayerisches Obstzentrum. We are dedicated to the fruit breeding, and our business is to breed varieties with very good pomological properties, and sell the trees of these varieties to fruit growers all over Europe. Our breeding activities are mainly in apple, pear, and European plum. And this is what I want to present to you on some examples what we have achieved recently. Just very few words about our concept, how we are doing our breeding. So we try to be very close to the market. This means that we have facilities to directly sell the fruits to customers. We as a company are directly selling fruits to fruit retailers like Edeka and Rewe. And we have some processing facilities in order to see, for example, about the juice quality of our varieties. On the second side, we want to be very close to farmers' conditions when we select our varieties. This means that we test our varieties not just as in the governmental institutes dealing with testing. They usually have some 5, 6, or 10 trees per variety. We have got several hundred or maybe half a hectare of our varieties in order to see really if the varieties work or not. So we try to keep the production conditions as similar as possible to the growers' conditions. And we have a lot of effort in in making storage experiments, because we know that only varieties which can store pretty well are fine for the growers. Furthermore, we are very close to research and science. So we are dealing, for example, with breeding for resistant varieties to different pathogens. And very often we have to develop new techniques for screening of fruit genotypes to the resistance. And we do this in our own lab. As well, we are dealing with quarantine diseases such like plum pox virus, such as apple proliferation or pear decline. And last but not least, of course, we have a large pool of genetic resources we need for breeding activities. And we need some kind of visions in order to know what is important for the market of the future. So these are some examples of how our experimental plots look like. So large plots where we not only have some very few trees, but a good yield where we can exactly describe the pomological properties of the varieties. For sure, when we are doing the fruit analysis, we do as usual the complete inner and outer quality, as you can see here, the texture, the flavor, the ethylene production. We measure the starch content, the firmness, and the soluble solids and things like that. But this is quite usual. But we do this several times around the year. So when we harvest the fruits after 2 months of storage, after 4 months of storage, after 6 or even 9 and 12 months of storage, we repeat this kind of analysis in order to describe the development of the quality during the fruit storage. So for apple and pears, what are the most important things? For sure, the taste and the texture, because we know that these are the key factors deciding about the acceptance of the variety by the consumer. So it's very important for us. Furthermore, the storability, as I have told you. We do as well all the experiments necessary with the smart fresh treatment or with ultra low oxygen treatment in controlled atmosphere conditions in order to know if which kind of concentrations of the atmosphere are best for our varieties. For sure, we think about the robustness and the resistance of our new varieties, and we are innovative concerning some traits. For example, apple varieties which can be eaten by people suffering from apple allergy, or for example, breeding for red-fleshed apples. So this is a kind of overview of the varieties we have bred, and I will give you some examples of these varieties and describe them a bit more. One of the most promising varieties, and one which succeeds pretty much, not only in the European Union, but as well in some countries, European countries, a little bit more in the eastern part, is the apple called Summer Night Dream. It is ripening very early, 4 to 5 weeks earlier than Gala, and has got an outstanding fruit quality. It is extraordinarily crispy, which is unusual for such early ripening varieties, has a good flavor and a very balanced sugar-acid ratio. The skin is very red, and even under very high temperature conditions, which we very often have during the ripening of this variety. In our conditions, it's ripening in end of July. In the warmer climates, in the beginning of July. And under these climates, we have got very often 30, 35, maybe 38 degrees. But even under these conditions, we have got very good development of the red color, which is very important for bringing the fruits to the market. The shape is conical, and we have very high and regular yield.
Forma este conică și avem recoltă foarte bună, chiar și poate fi depozitat pentru 6 săptămâni cu mare ușurință și atunci când începe să se coacă Gala. Deci probabil că nici nu avem nevoie de un soi care se coace atunci, deoarece Gala domină piața. Un alt lucru care este foarte important, fructele, deci au tendință, adică au nevoie de rărire, și toate celelalte proprietăți acestui soi sunt foarte promițătoare și de obicei coaja nu este o problemă și este bine să ai mai puține decât mai multe fructe pe copac. Deci un alt aspect este mărul Baia-Mariza, soiul Baia-Mariza. Aici avem florile și fructele, cum arată în perioada de recoltare și cum arată interiorul fructului. Acest soi este unul din cele mai bune pentru procesare și, spre exemplu, pentru producerea sucului roșu sau pentru uscarea feliilor, deoarece, datorită culoarea sucului rămâne roșu chiar și după depozitare pe parcursul a câțiva ani. Și rămâne de aceeași culoare chiar și după 2 ani după recoltare, ceea ce înseamnă că este una din soiurile foarte rare care este bună pentru procesare. Se coace un pic mai târziu decât gala și poate fi folosit pentru piața produselor sau fructelor proaspete, dar poate fi consumat începând cu sfârșitul lui septembrie și noiembrie, poate fi depozitat la temperatura 4-5 grade, dar altfel poate culoarea se schimbă în cafenii. Recolta este foarte înaltă și este un bun măr pentru tarte, pentru cupturi. Deci fac acest fruct acceptabil pentru consumatorii care îl consumă toamnă și este tolerant împotriva rapănului mărului și o careva sensibilitate la cancer. Iată, vedem aici pentru ce putem folosi acest soi. Avem suc, dar și alte produse pe partea dreaptă. Un alt soi care este foarte ușor pentru a fi produs și cultivat este Gräfin Goldach. Este un soi foarte hipoalergenic și foarte atractiv, mai ales persoanele care suferă de alergie la mere. Deci acest soi este foarte des întâlnit în Europa și este important să vii cu un soi care poate fi consumat de persoanele care suferă de astfel de tip de alergie, care uneori ajung la aproape jumătatea din populație. Și nu este nici prea dulce, nici prea acru și este similar la gust cu Jonah Gold și este foarte acceptabil pentru majoritatea persoanelor. Dispune sau are proprietăți și bun pentru depozitare și avem aici câteva imagini din perioada de înflorire și din perioada de recoltare, cum vedeți interiorul, indicele de amidon. Dacă avem așa o culoare, atunci deci că a venit perioada de recoltare, dar putem păstra fructul timp de 2 săptămâni pe copac și avem o fereastră bună pentru recoltare. Deci nu este necesar să-l recoltezi în câteva zile, pentru că fructul se păstrează și în perioada de recoltare, adică pentru o perioadă, și poate fi recoltat și mai târziu. Vedem alte imagini de perioada de recoltare. Bine, iată, aici avem careva informație și exemple despre soiurile de măr care sunt destul de interesante. Acum un exemplu pentru pere și care este cuprins de programul nostru. Avem o pară cu coajă roșie care se numește Alesia, cu aromă foarte plăcută și copacul are o recoltă înaltă, 90% de conferență și fructele se păstrează foarte bine și în condiții de depozite frigorifice poate fi depozitat în atmosferă controlată în februarie și este foarte aromat și este o pară, deci cu mărime foarte bună, iar florile sunt tolerante la înghețurile de primăvară, care se au loc în mod regulat. Deci, dacă comparăm cu Conferința, apoi se coace mai târziu și avem, iată, culoarea fructului pe copac. Pe copac avem așa o culoare mai violetă, iar în timpul depozitării el devine, deci de o culoare roșie mai aprinsă, adică după 2 luni de depozitare, culoarea se transformă într-o culoare roșie foarte atractivă. Și fructul, pe majoritatea părții, fructul este roșu și putem găsi 30%. Deci, multe soiuri au doar 30% din porțiunea cojii de culoare roșie, iar aici, în general, dezvoltă o culoare foarte, foarte bună. Rareori are și porțiuni verzi. Și în ultimul slide vreau să vă prezint careva date despre programul nostru pentru reproducerea copacilor de prunuri. Acestea sunt cele mai intensive sau cele mai mari programe de reproducere a prunelor și se ia în considerație rezistența la virusul șarca, la boala șarca, și are o calitate foarte înaltă a fructului și și are o perioadă de coacere de la foarte timpurie până la foarte târzie. Unele soiuri, deci avem astfel de, să zicem, peșteri sau găuri produse și noi încercăm să evităm cumva să prevenim astfel de boli. Deci, deseori, în timpul verii, avem prejudicierea fructelor de temperaturile înalte. Unele sunt afectate doar pe pieliță, altele chiar și în interiorul fructelor și nu pot fi utilizate. Trebuie să evităm aceste probleme. Deci, boala șarca, deci deseori vedem când tăiem fructa, în multe din ele pot să avem o culoare a pulpei, pulpa este de culoare roșie și vedem această boală și la frunze. Este una din cele mai devastante boli ale sâmburoaselor și deseori la unele soiuri fructele încep să cadă pe pământ foarte des, uneori aproape toate cad și calitatea fructelor au un conținut de zahăr mai mic și o rată de aciditate înaltă. Și noi, strategia noastră,
resistant ones completely resistant, because then we have no infections and as well no symptoms on the fruits. Until we have got a very broad range of resistance varieties, we are looking as well for some kind of very tolerant varieties which could get infected but which show only very few symptoms, which means that they can be used in the production areas and ensure the production of European plum. One of the tolerant varieties we recently released is Franzi. It is ripening a bit earlier, about 5 days earlier than Czechanska Lepotica. It is a very not very large, but a large fruit with 40 to 48 grams and a diameter of about 40 millimeter. The color is blue to violet and develops just shortly before the picking time, and has got a very strong wax layer, the bloom, the so-called bloom. Inside, we have got a very, very nice color, a yellow color, which is very much appreciated by the consumers. And a good Brix value for early ripening variety is 16 to 20 Brix. The fruit flesh is firm, and we have got a very, very good ranking among consumer tests, which makes it much better acceptable than Czechanska Lepotica, for example. And here you can see the development in ripening time. This is the picking time you should use. This is a little bit of overripe, and this is unripe with the red, the green color. This is the yellow color inside, which is perfect. And this is a little bit of over mature. So you should harvest at that ripening stage. So to summarize, we have got a moderate to strong vegetative growth. The side branches are upright. infections with plumpox virus are possible, but we only have very, very few symptoms on the fruits. The flowering time is similar to Czerczanska lipotica, and it's self-fertile, which means that you not necessarily need a pollinator within the orchard. However, we think it's better to have one such as Katinka or Czerczanska lipotica. And these are some pictures of the tree. At ripening time, you can see here the full fruit crop of Franzi. Now, one variety as an example for resistant varieties, we have got a special resistance, which is called hypersensitive response, which means that the tree cannot get infected with plumpox virus by aphids, which means that in the field, the tree remains healthy, no plumpox virus. Therefore, we have no symptoms and no economic losses. One of the varieties we recently released is the very, very promising variety Moni, which I want to present you in short words. The ripening time is 5 to 7 days after Czerczanska lipotica and just before Czerczanska rotna. We have got a weight of 36 to 40 grams and a diameter of about 36 millimeters. The color is a very, very dark and attractive blue, and develops about 2 weeks prior to harvest. And we have got a very, very strong wax layer. This is the color of the fruits, which is one of the most attractive which are on the market. If you want to determine the ripening time for picking, then you just open the fruits. And if the fruit flesh is still green like that, then you should keep it on the tree. And if it's turning to this kind of yellow, then you can start the harvest. You do not need to hurry, because you can keep, which is very special, the fruits about 2 to 3 weeks on the tree without any loss of fruit firmness, which means that you can harvest at least for over 2 weeks, even if we have got very, very high temperatures. We have not seen any kind of problems with internal browning after heat periods during ripening time. This is the color of the fruit when you harvest. This is just as it should be, very attractive yellow color. We have got very high Brix values, 20 to 27 Brix, with a medium range of organic acids. We have got a sweet taste with some acid, which is very good for a European plum. The fruit flesh is very firm and has got an orange to amber color. The stone is completely free, and we have got one of the best tasting plums we have among all the varieties we know. So we call it a gourmet plum, and is very tolerant to heat damages, as I've told you. Some few data in a very early ripening region in the Badonia region. In 2018, we started harvest end of July, and the last fruits we harvested at beginning of September. And here you can see the Brix development, which is just rising up to more than 28 Brix. So at least you have got a harvest window of 4 weeks, even under very, very hot conditions during ripening time. You can store the fruit very well as well. So at least 4 weeks is no problem for storage. After 4 weeks of storage, you still have got more or less the same good fruit quality parameters than during harvesting time, which means that you can use it for a long time, even if you want to store it, this kind of variety, Moni. Okay, and as a pollinator, for the moment, we recommend the varieties Haroma and Czerczanska lipotica. You should use a pollinator, because otherwise fruit set is too low. It's not at least completely self-fertile. You should add some other varieties in the orchard. These are some pictures from the tree. And as well, which is important for Germany, you can use it in excellent for making the plum cake, which is very important in Germany, because about half of the harvest will be used for preparing this kind of plum cake. On the right-hand side, some pictures. And to come to an end, I would to present you some few words on the rootstocks. We are breeding as well new rootstocks for pears, for pears as well, but in this case for plums. We are dealing with resistance, plumbox virus resistant rootstocks, and our idea is to combine the resistant variety with a resistant rootstock, which means that we have got full insurance that the tree will remain free from plumbox virus in the orchard. And the most promising among the rootstocks we have bred is the so-called Ospina 235, which has got about 80% of the vegetative growth compared to Myrobalan seedling, which is in Germany the most widespread use of rigor of the rootstocks. It's similar to Julian A, Viva or Vavit or Ferrelay. So this is the size we appreciate pretty much. If we compare to Viva or Vavit, we have got the same yield, the same specific yield. We have no suckers or very, very few. We have got very, very few tree losses if compared on long-term experiments in the fields. And we have got even a better fruit size compared to Viva or Vavit when using the Ospina 235 rootstock, which makes it very promising for the production for establishing of orchards in the future. These are some pictures from the nursery. They are put in the field and are grown in spring times, and in August they can be used for grafting in summer times. And these are some pictures of variety Yo-Yo grafted on Viva tree, Docera 6 tree, and Ospina 235. So good yields and good fruit size. So using these hypersensitive rootstocks, you have got the guarantee that trees coming from the nursery are free from the plumbox virus, which is very important for establishing new orchards. So you are sure that they are free from plumbox virus. You could use them for plum and for apricots, and peach, using for peaches and evaluation for the moment. And using this kind of rootstocks ensures the stability of this kind of resistance over the decades, so that we are not having the problem that the resistance is broken. So this the use of these rootstocks helps to ensure the resistance over decades. So this has been my short presentation about what we are breeding in apple, pear, and European plum varieties. And I hope that you got some overview on what we are doing at Bayerisches Obstzentrum. And I thank a lot for your interest in our breeding program.
Thank you, Michael. And we hope you will collaborate with you, and welcome to Moldova. And you know, Moldova Fruct is open for collaboration, and keep in touch with you. And if some questions, we will send it to you. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
And see you next time.
Yeah, that's it. All the best to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. În continuare, noi vom...
Further, we will discuss another issue that relates to the production of fruits, and particularly how we do use the sprinklers precisely to use the plant protection products to the best extent. And we have research and specialists in mechanical works.
Good afternoon, Boris. Please turn on the mic, Boris. Now we hear you. Good afternoon, Yuri. Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference. It's been a year since we were at the last conference, and I'm glad to see that this area is seeing certain advances and development, and currently we can say that our company sold a number of diffusers which are considered to be among the best ones, which are giving good results. The topic of my presentation is correct protection of of yields and efficient commercialization of agricultural products. Plant protection is basically includes three main parts: preparations or products, treatment, and expectation of decomposition of residues. The residues of chemicals disappear after each treatment depending on this curve, which gives us the figures about the waiting time until next harvesting, and you need to consider this time, take it into consideration. And to be able to consider this, we need to treat, meaning that we spray over our problems using the spraying technology and dissemination of the solution in a targeted way, which is used in agriculture up to 500 microns, which is depending on the target. If we take the biggest drop, 100 microns is 1/10 of millimeter, which is the most important thing, which affects the indicators of fighting diseases. For this, we have a system of sprayers, which is divided into two main areas or directions: collegial spraying, which is quite widely used and has been used for a long time, and the results are quite good. And the next type of sprayers are, in this case, of an Italian brand, Martigliani, which are on the first picture. This is the sprayer for grapes. Here we have a tank, and here below you see in the airflow that it is top down. A Turkish sprayer, which is closer to the ones that are brought by Tozenpam brand. And I was talking to one of the managers of this company, Sergei Foksha, and what I wanted to say, they asked to evaluate these sprayers. They're quite good, but the main thing here is that they are electrostatic, have this electrostatic effect. And this effect is considered to not be giving positive results, while positive results could be achieved through regulating these sprayers. And if you regulate it well, you might get good results. Why electrostatics does not give what we are seeking, this is basically the main goal of our work. Even in greenhouses, likewise, you cannot use electrostatics, because for that you need to have a perfect clean surface, which could be achieved only in laboratory conditions. So the sprayers, with the technical data that I got from the company, are very good. The airflow corresponds to the functionality operations of this sprayer 70 to 80, and I think that without the electrostatic effect they will be even cheaper and will give the same result. If we take radial spraying and compare it to Martigliani spraying, we will see that from the sprayer you have the dissemination of the solution, and you have a dead zone where in the upper part. This dead spot is due to incorrect regulation of the adjustment of the sprayer. If you look at the sprayers that are brought by Ozentane company and Martignani as well, this is quite a good system. From below and from the upper part you have dissemination of the solution, and basically we do not have places where you would have dead zones, but in the middle of the
Crown.
Where you would have dead zones. You can't have everything perfect, but you might reach a very good results if you have enough testing, and I would say that this concept is among the best that we have globally now. This is for grapes, for table varieties of grapes. From here you have dissemination of the solution via in the airflow. It could be adjusted, and the exit of the airflows goes 80 meters per second, and you can also regulate the amount with a smaller amount of the solution. Perfect sprayer for grapes, two-track sprayer, which is working using the airflow, turbulent circulation in this part of the sprayer, meaning that the whole amount of the solution is being targeted at the plant, and you do not have any losses, almost no losses. And if you have about 3% of the solution, these ones give about 12%. So far, they are not so much used for grapes, but in France and in Italy they're quite extensively used. Just in a couple of words, I wanted to tell you about the main criteria of correct work functioning of sprayers, and this is the adjustment and calculation of the systems working with airflows. If you take the radial sprayer, here the sprinklers are situated near in the airflow about 20 centimeters, which allows splitting the airflow, and the drop goes directly to the plant, to the tree. The main thing, how we can measure the airflow, we have such a device which looks approximately like this. This is the simplest device which you could produce yourself. A millimeter scale. Here is the 0 point. You fill it with water, desirably colored, maybe tea colored, and in such a way you get quite a good circulation of water, which you aim to the exit of the airflow and allow the airflow to move the water situated here at some degrees of this points of the scale, and here you see what is the difference. So this is the law of adjacent vessels, and here from this distance you exactly get the speed of circulation of movement of the airflow. If you have a meter for multiplied by a root of 100. So for perfect sprayers, in a system, it's minimum 45 meters per second. For the most modern, which are turbo, you get about 60 meters, but desirably to have about 45-50 meters per second. The only thing which you need to consider that in all foliar plants, you when you use sprayers at the time of flourishing, you need to decrease the speed of the airflow at about 35-40 meters per second to not blow out all the flowers that you already have on the plant. Here you have here I show how to verify the airflow. You use this device, quite precise, currently one of the most modern devices that is used in aviation. They cost quite a lot, but here you don't pay anything for it, because I already discussed it with Sergei Foksha, and I sent him the information how to correctly devise this this thing, because transversely you take the average figure. Estimating the average speed of the movement, this is one of the most important indicators which affects almost 50% of the work of the device. How to define the speed? Why do we have this turtle here? Because the slower you move, the better quality you get, but it could be different in our situation. We take the distance, about 150 meters, and the only machine device that we have is the second meter. When you are at this point, we set on the second meter. Here at this point you turn it off. Using this formula, you take 50 meters of distance multiplied by 33.6 divided by 72, you get 2.5 kilometers per hour. There is a simpler system yet. 36 seconds, the tractor starts moving, you turn on the second meter, it goes for 36 seconds, and when it passes this distance, we measure this distance and divide it by 10 and get the speed per hour. If it passes 40 meters, then we divide 40 by 10 and we get 4 kilometers per hour. So desirably, when you work with all the plants, with any surface, the speed of movement could be 3 kilometers per hour. Why is this system of defining the speed convenient? Because the distance between the tree is something that we know, and we do not need to verify it. We need to only know what is the distance that our tractor has to pass. And we are coming to the only formula that we have in this system for plant protection, which gives us the precise number of nozzles for the solution that we want to spray. we take it for 1,000 square meters. We have the speed. We already saw how we could define it. And if we have nozzles, then one-time nozzles, the efficiency of the nozzles is 1 liter per minute, 60 liters per hour. And you might have also a table where you have all those speeds and figures. And if you're talking about sprayers brought by Ozerton, there you have a little bit different system. There they have a pressure of 1.5 atmospheres, and these nozzles are blocked by, and when you have a strong airflow, the solution goes out. You have an intensive
dispersion,
and you get quite a nice surface. Here you have everything that we calculate. You calculate the amount of the solution that we use and the speed of operation. So we have two indicators: the speed of the airflow, we have the speed of movement of the machine, we have the number of nozzles that are needed, and their sequence. So if we are in between tracks, we just take a simple machine and put it in this part until the strip shows us in a direct line what we get in the upper part of the crown. And the same thing, we put this string up along the airflow to be able to cover all this surface. And some people put on all the nozzles and spray everything that they want, and the efficiency, the resulting efficiency in this case might be very low. So about 40 nozzles, 20 on each side, 20 here. This is exactly targeting to the place that you need, and 20 from this side. So please, in radial sprayers, you don't have parallel systems, meaning that here we start spraying from about number 12, nozzle number 12, and here from the upper part. And thanks to the radial circulation of the fan, here it goes down and here it goes up. And even if you have an equalizer of the airflow, anyway, you have quite a big distance, quite a big difference between the symmetry lines. So this is quite ready for work, and you could start operating it. And I would like to say to everyone who is present here that currently many people started using drones for orchard operations, which is quite nice. But the problem with these drones is that they're based on batteries, and its productivity is about 15 to 20 minutes, after which you need to stop and change the battery. And the amount of the solution that could be carried is up to 30 liters, which is also absolutely not enough. But what I wanted to show is that we a little bit changed the concept and approached precision agriculture in this way. And everywhere where you operate drones in agriculture, it initially goes over and identifies the place where there is a start of a disease and where it is already present. Everything is put on the computer. The drone goes over it, and only in this place it starts spraying. Of course, it gives a very good result. So that's why I wanted to show how it works. In this case, in the case of greenhouses, it really works and gives quite nice results. But it's not a precision spraying. It is spraying all around the greenhouse. We see how, look at the movement. movement of the plants. It creates turbulence in the upper part, and in the lower part it opens up quite nicely and you get a good result. But what I want to say from the very beginning, that it does not substitute conventional agriculture. So we need to be aware that when we have drones ready at our disposal, we have to consider it for only point dispersion and point spraying, only in the places which are already known to be infected by pests. This is a question of higher technologies, and everything that is of interest for you, please, you are welcome to write to me, and I will be glad to answer your questions.
Это будет очень ценная информация для наших членов ассоциации, для слушателей конференции. Еще раз спасибо и желаю вам здоровья, и ждем вас в Молдавии. До свидания.
Спасибо, вам удачи.
Înainte de a anunța următorul.
So before introducing the next speaker, a couple of minutes of your attention.
Agriculture.
On the
it sustains us all
screen.
And drives what we do. Growing food for tomorrow, and growing tomorrow itself. Hand in hand, enriching lives, never settling, ever. We're growing progress by making every crop, field, farm stronger. We're growing progress by being the most innovative, most inclusive, most open agriculture company in the world. And our new role will bring more innovators to the table. Employees, producers, consumers, the best of the best. We'll work together, not just to meet standards, but to set them. We are Corteva AgriScience, and this is the company we're creating. We're one company. We're leading the way. We're growing progress. Introducing Corteva AgriScience.
Ne vom deplasa în Ungaria, unde
So now I would like to invite you to Hungary. We would invite Mr. Professor from Hungary, from Budapest, Keroli Hrotko, and he will speak about the experience as well as the new evolution tendencies in the sweet and satchel production, because we see it more often in the Republic of Moldova, and this sour and sweet cherry is very much accepted by our fruit growers, and we see a lot of orchards, how they're being used either for fresh or processing, because this crop is a very important, having a very good perspective in the future.
Again in Moldova.
Thank you. Thank you
virtually,
for this.
But we are welcoming you anytime here. You have a lot of friends here, and we know that you are one of Moldovan friends too.
Thank you very much. I am on on the microphone, but I do not see how to share my
below the screen. You will see screen sharing bottom.
Screen share. Okay.
Open your presentation and.
Yeah, it is open. Or
press screen sharing.
Screen share.
It's below the screen. On a Zoom application. Okay, it's going well.
Do you see?
Yeah.
Okay, now it is running.
Yeah, you have to okay.
Okay, and then maybe the full screen is better.
Yeah.
Okay. So I suppose everyone does see my presentation and hear me. I'm going to talk about actual tendencies in sweet and sour cherry, considering not only the Hungarian situation, but the global situation. In my presentation, I would like to give a general overview about the cherry, and then the development will be discussed in the orchard systems. Further on, I would like to talk about the rootstocks, and finally, I will give you a short overview about the actual situation of the sour cherry production in Hungary. So in this slide, you see the data from 2018 FAO data about the sweet and sweet cherries. And as you see, there are some rapidly developing countries. These are Turkey, Chile, where the production is still increasing. Then a slight increase you could see in certain European countries, Italy, Spain, Romania, Greece, Ukraine. And the steady production is typical to USA and Iran. If we go to the sour cherries, then the number one is Russia, Polonia, followed by Polonia, Turkey, and Serbia, where we can see increasing tendency, and the other countries, USA, then Iran, Hungary, Germany, is still steady, or in Germany it is even decreasing. How we could summarize these tendencies? So my opinion is that the production of sour cherry will remain business for the Central and East European countries for the future as well, because these countries are the market of sour cherries. On the other hand, the sweet cherries, the production is moving eastwards, as you have seen a big increase in Romania, and other Asian countries, especially China, show some increase. But this movement, these changes in the producing countries results a big challenge in environmental conditions, because the continental climate and the soil in Central European, East European, or in Asian countries are different compared to the Northwest European countries. And in account to the climatic changes, will alter and results a challenge again for the West European countries as well. So these are the main tendencies as I see the actual situation. What about the orchard systems? In sour cherry and in certain sweet cherry growing countries, the central leader, semi-intensive type of training of trees is typical. The Spanish bush is still widespread applied in Southeast European countries and in the USA as well. But in Western European countries, different spindle forms, different types, Zahn spindle, Vogel spindle, the Hungarian spindle, as we call our system, or the super spindle occurred over the last 10 years. Certain trellises are still usable in Chile, in China, or in Northwest or North European countries. And the latest, how to say it, development of the last 10, 20 years is the UFO system. I would like to give you or show you certain slides about these systems. Probably it is well known, the traditional South Cherry orchard with a vase canopy, which is harvested by a machine. Rolled canvas collect the fruits, then the semi-intensive central leader types are typical for sweet cherries as well, for Turkey, for example, or this type modified Brunner spindle, which we developed 35 years ago in Hungary. I see big potential in the Spanish bush, which is the main training system for the Spanish sweet cherry growing, which is a typical orchard system for hand picking, but the trimming and the pruning, mechanical pruning is still possible of these trees. The tree height is not larger than 2.5 meters, and of course those orchards could be covered by hail net or rain cover, plastic rain cover. These are the spindle forms which are visible in many Central and West European countries. Longer or shorter fruiting branches, these are the differences. This is a typical shape of the orchard, Hungarian cherry spindle on Mahalep seedling, vigorous rootstock, but we control the growth vigor by using root pruner. This root pruner applied in late summer or early spring, depending on the climate. Here, these orchards, in these orchards, the fruiting branches are kept shorter, and of course, the trees could be covered. The whole orchard could be covered by a hail net or a plastic cover again, rain. Just to comparison, the Hungarian cherry spindle with the longer fruiting branches, and the planting distance is 1.6 to 2 meters within the row, and between the rows is 4-5 meters. In contrast, here on the right side, you see the super spindle, which is spreading in Italy, for example, or United States. On low vigor rootstocks. Again, a tall spindle in Greece, established on Gisela 6 rootstock with dormant pruning. These spindle forms are easily applicable on South cherries as well. You see here Cantorianoshi sour cherry spindle in our research farm at the university. This is the structure, typical structure of those trees, with a central leader and a flat developed light fruiting branches, which are easy harvested by hand or even by machines. But this central leader, this structure, requires regular pruning. Usually we apply summer pruning on vigorous rootstocks. Those orchards could be harvested by overhead harvesters. This is one type developed in Poland, or shakers, limb shakers or trunk shakers, which are really important for the processing industry produced cherries, because the prices are rather low. And those spindle South cherry orchards could be pruned by mechanical way. This is a spindle orchard. After harvest, we apply the summer pruning. This trimmer keeps the growth and the shoot leaf system in a smaller space. Trellises are not very widespread applied. In Poland, I have seen. In China, we developed V trellises, similar V trellises, or the Tatura trellis are applied in southern hemisphere, Chile, New Zealand. But the latest interesting system, this is the UFO, upright fruiting offshoot, which means horizontal leader produces upright fruiting shoots. As you see here, we developed such a system under a greenhouse in a plastic house in China. These upright fruiting offshoots will produce within 2 years bouquets or spurs, and then after these are harvested, then the whole shoot system should be pruned back. That means you lose 33% of the total orchard unproductive, because you have to wait until these new fruiting offshoots will develop again fruiting surfaces. Rootstock usage, how I do see the rootstock usage in the world, especially this is Europe. We have a wide range of growth vigor from 50% half-sized trees up to 100% wide range of rootstocks, different type of rootstocks. But in Northwest Europe, it is typical that the vegetative propagated rootstocks, dwarfing rootstocks, are applied. In Spain, South Italy, so South France, southwest section of Europe, moderate vigorous vegetatively propagated rootstocks are applied, and in East Europe, a typical rootstock is the seedling. 3 main groups should be mentioned considering the rootstocks, the vigorous rootstocks, and I mention here only male rootstocks because Prunus avium, the mudzout, is almost disappeared from the production. Moderate vigorous rootstock group with Maxma, some Hungarian clonal mahaleps, Piku, certain Gisela 7, 8, 12 could be classified into this group. And the dwarfing rootstocks, this is a typical Gisela and Y-root rootstocks, or the Weigi, which is a new development from Germany, a new hybrid between Giselas and Y-roots. These are the major characteristics, and in this group, I see as advantage the good adaptability to continental climate, poor soil conditions, and the resistance against the crown gall as important characteristics. These rootstocks could be applied to Spanish bush, to a different central leader, spindle form, Hungarian cherry spindle. We developed nice orchards on this rootstock. The important advantage is that the root pruning is possible because Mahaleb tolerates the root pruning and do not produce suckers, which is typical, for example, the dwarfing rootstocks. The moderate vigorous rootstocks, which are related to the Mahaleb species, are similarly adaptable to the continental climate. And all of these rootstocks produce a very nice branching, flat branching system for the orchards, which is advantage for the spindle form. So these rootstocks could be applied for spindles. Mahalebs could be pruned the roots on Mahaleb rootstocks, but it is not valid for the Gisela rootstocks. Giselas may produce suckers if you cut the root. And the low vigor rootstocks, the dwarfing rootstocks, need a very good fertile soil, neutral or even acid soil, which is typical to Germany or Northwest Europe, need irrigation. And the main problem that the branching is not good enough on these rootstocks. In order to improve the branching, if you plant orchard on these rootstocks, you have to prune them winter time. So a dormant pruning is essential for these rootstocks. Just to show some slides, here this is a moderate vigorous Hungarian clone, Magyar, the rootstock. On the right side, the variety is Hungarian variety Vera. This is a moderate vigorous rootstock, and this is on a low vigorous rootstock of the French Dabris. The main problem is the low leaf surface, not enough. The ratio between the fruit and leaf is too much fruit related to the leaves, and if you do not prune from the earlier years severely these trees on these dwarfing rootstocks, then this formation of central part without branching is typical to these rootstocks. Here you see trees lapins on a maxima rootstock. I usually go to, this is a company in Sliven, Bulgaria. They invite me for pruning advisory service, and this is the best pruner, a gypsy group in that region. They learned very well the training of this system. Here you see cordia trees on the left on Gisela 5, 60, 50 centimeter between the trees. Super spindle is typical. Short living orchard, 10, 12 years, that's old. And you have to prune them dormant. I have to emphasize. And if we come back to these photos, so we could plant or graft on these moderate or vigorous rootstocks even self-fertile sweet cherry varieties, but never put self-fertile varieties on these very productive rootstocks, because the leaf-fruit ratio will be not sufficient.
Carole, I will ask you to be more quick. We have only 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So the actual situation in Hungary, Érdibőltermő, Újfehér, Újfürtös, Debreceni, these are the major varieties. Probably you know the names of these varieties. The main problem is here in these numbers. 90,000 tons are produced in a year, but we harvest or we produce sour cherries for processing industry in different forms and export. But both the processed cherry and the fresh export goes mainly to Germany, and this results in a very strong exposition or dependence on the German market. On the other hand, the main problem is that the European processing industry keeps the prices very low, and that is why we need high density orchards in more rate, which could be harvested by machines. Another problem is that there is a gap in ripening time between 28th and 30th of June. So in the second half of June, we do not have good varieties. The next varieties start to ripe in early July. And these varieties are rather sensitive to Monnilia infection, so the resistance breeding should be improved. Finally, I show you some slides about these high density orchards that I consider as a perspective for the Hungarian growing, which could be harvested by machines and by hands as well. So this combined harvest is a good choice for the growers, because they harvest in that form which is required by the machine. These overhead harvesters, the Polish machine or the wine grape harvesters, are applicable easily for sour cherries as well. But most farmers plant their orchards for combined harvest. So that is what I see in the sweet and sour cherry production tendencies, and I hope that Moldovan growers, because of the earlier good traditions in the sweet and sour cherry, will develop orchards for the future and will participate more and more in this global or in the European market. If you need any contribution from my person, you could send an email or call me phone. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Karoli, thank you. Any question we will send you by mail, and welcome to Moldova. Thank you again.
Okay.
See you next time.
Thank you.
În continuare, eu o să...
So further, I'd like to invite Rafruchen to make a presentation on the current trends and varieties grown on nursery in Belgium.
Room here, and for 15 minutes to present your trees and your varieties. Please take the room.
Okay, thank you for the invitation, and I want to present a Belgian specialist grower and consultant in my name, and I want to present also the company for working for Nursery Carolus. I want also to present my lovely colleague Els, and she helped me a little bit with my presentation. Els, can you, how we start this?
How can we share our presentation?
Share screen. It's below the screen.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Dat moet vanzelf gaan. Dat moet ik zelf kunnen bedienen. Hè? It's going to be start. Okay, Carolus Nursery, established in 1965 with family Carolus. That time was it father Carolus, and then his son Koen Carolus take it over in 91. Yeah, exactly, in 91, and he built it up till 2014 when he leave this life and take it over. We have new owners, and we develop and we build it up till what I gonna show you in this presentation. Yeah, that's my name. My business, my job in this company is sales and consulting manager. Sales means go to the customer and talk with his program and offer them. First of all, talk about varieties. What is the market? What is the domestic the needs? And then we make a deal with. We try to make a deal with trees, and that is starting in the sales. Consulting means that I consult them, advise them in pruning, in fertilizing, in everything what the customer needs. Okay. Wacht, als we can. Nee, moet dat hier. So yeah, now it's better. We are one of the leading nurseries in Europe. We have an annual production from pears and apples, around 2 million trees. We plant every year around 100 hectare new plants. 85% of the quantum is for export, and export means Europe and outside Europe. It means Russia, Azerbaijan, I hope in the future also Moldavia, and that's our export. We are with 20% in the south, and we have around 100 seasonal workers. These seasonal workers mainly coming from Romania. Here you see some pictures from our nursery. It's starting, like you can see, it's starting with the plants, to plant the stakes, to lift the trees. When we lift these trees, we sorting these trees in the field on the machine. Double A quality, 7+ means it's going directly in the nets, and the rest, what is not the best, the second quality, we resort it here in the office in the hangars. Yeah. Okay, here you can see the spraying and an overview of our nursery. Why opt for Carolus trees? We are focused on premier quality. We are a large assortment. It means we produce a lot of varieties for several countries, from Scandinavia to France and Spain, Italy, Germany. We have experienced ambassadors abroad. That means that we work with dealers in several countries. They also with the same how do you say it? The same ideas like we work. yeah, in the same way. We have fertile innovations and enhancements. We have pre-order trees to ensure they meet your specific needs and wishes. I mean, when you pre-ordered a tree, then we can make them like the grow of like the customer you want, and also for sure that you have the best quality and the rootstock, of course. Like you see next to this presentation, you see the pictures, the 3 types of trees. Yeah, one of them is with interstock. That means that we started with a golden, and we recrafted in August with the variety what the customer or the situation on the market is. Then we start with a knip tree, a 2-year-old tree, and then the new one is a Magnum, is also a 2-year-old tree, is a big tree, give you in the first 5 years more or less 30 to 40% more production, but give you a better turnover in the first 5 years. Tailored professional advice. We are FAVV licensed supplier. That means for the
Federal Agency for the Food Chain Safety.
for the safety of the plants. Okay, and the next sheet. We have some pictures from Naya Breskaya, is in varieties coming from Moldova. Gala, Steigala Magma is a new clone coming from Austria, and Williams is one of the most popular sort of variety in the world. But I want to show you some varieties, world varieties, what we are put in the picture. And that is this Gala Magma is coming from Austria, and for the rest is it similar than the other ones of the other Galas what is on the market. But there are 2 advantages. That is, he's 7 days earlier picking time, and he's how you say it? He is stable. If any problems with regression, it is a light striped Gala. Coloring is early, and the picking time is also 1 week earlier than the rest of the varieties of the Gala mutations. Next to this shoot, we have Naya Breskaya. It is one of a pear variety what's coming from Moldova, and we have it still last year in our program. And in Europe, is it a club variety, but the variety is not protected, and we can produce them for anybody who is free producers. And I want to introduce them also back to Moldova to help some growers when they are interested to plant this variety. And I think it is the opportunities and the advantage from this variety is a huge production, big sizes of fruit. It is a sweet pear, and it is a pear what likes of what can export it to Russia, to the big countries. We have on the left side we have Asfari. Asfari is a crossing between Elstar and Dalkov. It's coming from better tree fruit. There's a breeding program in Belgium, and ABCZ Group have the license for this for the production and to the production. Yeah, exactly. ABCZ is a group. It's a second company from Carolus. ABCZ is we're looking over the world to new varieties, and to buy them or to have the license for those varieties and to establish and to develop these varieties, what we can offer on traders and cooperatives and several countries. We have some example like Morgana, Kizuri. Kizuri is a variety name. Morgana is a new variety, what we is in a club variety. What we working with 4 countries: Italian, Belgium, Holland, Germany, and Austria and Switzerland coming into this club. And we want to give the fruit grower a protected variety, what can be for what must be give him a better price level. Another variety is what we have in this ABCZ group is Selena. Selena is pear, a red blushed pear, and the name, the trade name is Cutie. Cutie is developed in several countries. We have now around 800 or 900 hectares in Europe. We have an agreement with South Africa, Chile, and we're looking for other countries in what can produce in the domestic market. We don't want to have competition in the market because we export also this foods, and but we can there is any open. Let me say we can talk about this. We are looking for more countries to develop this variety. The other one is King Road, is a Red Delicious, is coming from South Tyrol, is from Nursery Brown. It is a Red Delicious, like Red Chief and other clones from Red Delicious. Red Jona Prins Wilton Star is a Jona Gold variety clone from Holland. It is also a red colored, complete red, what is easy to produce, and it is a clone from Jona Gold. Then we have another Gala clone that's also from the ABCZ group. It's coming from South Africa. It is a complete red dark Gala clone. It is more or less the same as other Galas, but it is dark red without stripes. And you can pick them at the same time as the other ones, like Checo Red or French Gala clones. For this is that similar than the other ones. What do we expect to choosing when you to choose the Carolus trees? What they say, the after sales, it means also the consulting after sales. It is not only selling, it is to be in contact with our customer. That is for me very important. To see how it grows the trees, and we visit them and we go in the orchard to how to prune, how to thinning fertilizers. That is my job. That is that is my experience from the last 30 years, and that is what we. That is one of the advantages of the strong point exactly from Carolus. And translating, my English is not so very well, but I do my best. But for the rest, we visit a lot of exhibitions in across Europe and outside Europe. This year in the COVID pandemic, it is not so easy, but and we're looking for new countries for our trees, and one of them is on my bucket list is Moldova, and I hope that we see us nearly after this Corona problems and to talk about trees and everything what we can help you.
Okay, thank you.
I want to thank you for your attention. It was not, I don't know if I have 15 minutes.
Yeah,
full,
it's
but,
perfect.
This may be shorter than we accept, but okay.
Perfect,
Thank
Raf.
you very
It's
much.
perfect, and welcome
see
to
us very soon, I hope.
Raf. Thank you very much. You are perfect. You are just in time. 15 minutes.
Help you anymore?
Okay. We hope you will start collaborating with you, and hope you'll offer a good price for our producer. Thank you very much again. And următorul vorbitor vine din.
Next speaker comes from table grapes niche or section. I'd like to invite Andrei Botizatu, specialist in technologies under the Added Value Agriculture USAID financed project, and he will speak about the new trends, development trends of the table grapes sector. Good morning, Andrei. Good morning. Do you hear me? Good morning, everybody. Just try to use the time allotted to you. I think I will make it. Do you see my screen? Yes, we see it very well. Just extend the presentation or zoom out the presentation. As you mentioned, I am specialist under the added value agriculture and responsible for two sectors. The first is related to honey production, and the second one, table grapes production. My presentation is based on the experience, international experience, and national examples of national experience gained on demo lots that have been implemented in Moldova, and the results achieved in Moldova. First of all, I'd like to focus a little bit on, in general, on the production volume. We have around 110,000 tons, and it is growing, increasing. The markets are the traditional ones to the largest extent, but in the graph that you see on the screen, you can see that we have a growth in exports, and we maintain our position on the EU market. This is a market that allows or gives us a better price, but also comes with requirements that we need to meet. And here the question that arises is what to expect in the future. What would be the product of the future that we need to grow? First of all, this product shall be attractive and have a good appearance, excellent organoleptic properties, easy to consume, well packed, and to allow avoiding the waste. And last but not least, should be sustainable and traceable up to the origin. Of course, we all know that the experience of this year in exporting grapes to Germany, for instance, put us into a situation and showed us it's not that simple, and proved that it's not so simple to grow. 5 detectable residues is practically impossible to do, but there are producers who manage this. The market of the future, I think we see all that there is a transition from the usual wholesale markets towards online and the supermarkets. Under the pandemic, or in the conditions of the pandemic, we see that the traditional markets, or on the traditional markets, we compete more and more with Central Asia. Now in Russia, we have competitors of our Moldovan variety coming from Macedonia. So Macedonian grapes compete with our Moldova variety. Speaking about the costs of the future, the grapes cannot go cheaper because the labor force will become more costly. And now, in general, we have climate conditions that influence a lot the production. Particularly this year, we had a severe drought that affected our table grapes production, both in terms of quantity and quality. Some hail that also affected it. What shall we do in this case, and what would be the solution? The solution, as I see, and I think all the table grapes producers see, is to grow table grapes on a high plant. It was demonstrated that we can obtain bigger bunches or a yield of 40 tons that, for instance, was achieved, the more attractive bunches and better berries and bigger berries and uniform bunches in terms of dimension and form. We have commodity grapes of 90% quality, and if we ensure selection during the vegetation period, we may have 99% quality of commodity grapes that we could put in boxes and sell. So we also have a high productivity on the plantations, so the per hectare yield is doubled, both for harvesting and for we have a double yield in this type of table grapes. A very important factor is the cultivar health, because we make all the plant protection treatments under the plant, under the foliage. So in such cases, the solution is better sprayed and the plant protection treatment go on the opposite or lower or opposite side of the leaf where they should be administered. And due to since we have high border, we ensure better aeration or ventilation, and diseases attack less seldom. So in intensive systems or vineyards, we can ensure anti-hail, anti-rain systems which can be managed in order to obtain earlier ripening or later ripening. We have two systems that are being implemented in Moldova. We have this pergola system, Italians call it tendone, and gable or ypsilon system, which is also called ypsilon in some countries. Both systems have been implemented in Moldova. We have demo plots, and they have both advantages and disadvantages. I would recommend the pergola. It's easier to manage in terms of the works or dry cuttings or pruning and green prunings. As well as in performing other works for soil maintenance works. Here we have the map of projects implemented in Moldova. We already have 29 plantations on a total surface area of 350 ha. This is the data of the last month. So we have plantations on such systems in all the viticultural zones. These are, some of them have been converted, and while the majority of them are new plantations created from zero. I'd like to draw your attention on basic parameters that should be taken into account when we plan to create such a plantation. The planting scheme can be 2.5 to 2.5. We will have 1,700 plants per hectare. In the third case, when we have soils with small internodes, and the second variety is used, the second system of plantation scheme is used with varieties with big internodes, such as the variety Moldova. Moldova's varieties shall be planted 3 meters between rows and 2 meters between plants. It is mandatory for each plant to have tutor and to be anchored on the perimeter, and it is very important to have water source to ensure irrigation. If we don't have irrigation, we don't even intend to create such intensive plantations. The entire sense, or the mere sense of such plantations that we will see in the economic calculation, that we should ensure both fertilizers, water to the plantation, and only such case the plantation will pay back with a good quantity of quality grapes, that as a result of which can be bring us appropriate profit. You see the scheme elements how to plant 2 meters and a half, 2 meters and a half, and the foliar system shall be 2 meters up to 220. And the location of grapes from 1 meter 60 up to 2 meters. The rows should be oriented from north to south, if possible, because the majority of winds come from blow from north towards, strong winds blow from the north towards the south, and if we put the rows, we will cut the winds. And the probability that the plantation will not suffer is much higher, much bigger. On this slide, you see the elements of forming the plants in pergola system. So here I want to mention that it is imperative for all the plants to be formed on one and a single stem. And if we ensure this, we can balance the plant correctly in order for it to yield sufficient number of bunches from the left, on the left side and on the right side of the plant, so that it is correctly balanced, so that we can ensure both the quantity and quality of the plant produce or product, fruit. So you can see how the plant forms during the 4 years of vegetation, and then we need to have 4 canes that have fructification that would allow a quantity per plant of 25-30 kilos of grapes per plant. So some pictures that were taken in the plantations of Moldova, we see the results. This is the 4th year of vegetation, Moldova variety, and this is the harvesting period. You see pictures that demonstrates that when using such system, we can obtain a bigger quantity of branches, and we can place in the space the entire quantity of grapes and keep them up to maturity. Another picture that shows the quality of grapes. Speaking about economic aspects, when creating 1 hectare of such vineyard with anti-rain or anti-hail, we would have 850,000 lei per hectare, that as costs, necessary costs. So we see how they are distributed, how much it costs to create the plantation, the irrigation system, the support system, or propping system, how much costs. And here you see another slide that shows the economic potential of this technology, intensive technology. We can see, for example, if we compare between pergola system and the trellis system that is currently implemented in Moldova, we see that the investments are threefold bigger for pergola system, and the production costs are higher, and for maintaining the plantation. However, the yield is also threefold yield harvested, which would ensure a production cost that is lower per unit cost. It's about 25%. We have higher per hectare yield, and the sales are much better. It is 3 times the sales are 3 times higher, which allows us gross profit, which is higher. Regardless, the conclusion from this side is that regardless of the higher investment, which is 3 times higher for pergola system, the payback of the investment is by 30% quicker, happens quicker than in the trellis-based system that we're using. I want to mention that we took into calculation a yield of 30 tons, while currently we have cases in Moldova when 40 tons per hectare have been harvested, and the selling price for pergola system starts from 9 lei, 9 lei and a half per kilo. Well, this year the grapes from pergola were sold for around 14-15 lei per kilo. In this case, the payback of the investment is much higher. The necessary equipment and machinery that should be used in pergola system. It is a special tractor, very narrow and low, with a rather high throughput of 80-90 horsepower. We also need to use a specialized sprinkler because which is much lower, which allows us sprinklers to benefit from sufficient distance to treat to the sprinkling in the plantation, and a cultivator with palpators that would allow us to regulate both the depths in order to perform all the works in the soil. So the total investment in equipment would be 50,000 euro. And it is eligible for subsidization. An important element when planning to create such a vineyard is subsidization. And on this slide, we can see all the information related to subsidization. So the entire support that the state provides us for the creation of such plantation, which is 40,000 lei, the pergola system. If we create a plantation from zero, for support system we receive 100,000 lei. If we adjust it from the trellis system to pergola system, we receive a subsidy of 120,000 lei per hectare. For gable system, the subsidy is lower, 40-50,000 lei per hectare. The irrigation system, we all know that these plantations are eligible, and we can receive 50% of the eligible amount per plantation. Agricultural machinery, 25% of the eligible amount, and protection system, anti-hail and anti-rain, anti-storms, 50%, and for anti-rain, 40%, but not more than 100,000 lei. We're now discussing or holding discussions with the representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture that in the Association of Table Grapes Producers, in order for them to improve So they need to amend the subsidization regulation. We also soon, at the beginning of next year, we will come up with or publish a guideline for pergola system, technological manual or handbook, which is now in process of completion, where we demonstrate the experience that we've gained here in Moldova in using this system. We involved local experts and international experts in the development of this guideline or manual. I want to mention that during this implementation period, in order to implement the pergola system, we involved an Italian expert, Bitumanissimo, who helped us a lot in the implementation of the system and also in the development and editing of this handbook. This is what I wanted to report to you. If you have questions, you've got my email address, or via the Moldova Fruit Association, you can contact me. Thank you very much for attention. Thank you, Andrei.
So we will get back to you in some other seminars that we plan for December, January. So thank you very much and wish you a lot of success. And now I would like to invite Anatoly Kuzmich, who is the representative of the NETAFIM, and he will speak about some new approaches and some new irrigation system that is applied. Anatoly, good day.
Меня слышно? Вас слышно? Меня слышно? Тебя слышно? Ага, отлично. Тогда запускаем презентацию. Да, пожалуйста. Так, добрый день.
Then we start the presentation. First of all, I would like to say that you have 20 minutes. The time limit would be appreciated. As it was said, I am Anatoly Kuzmich. I work for NETAFIM. I am an agronomist, and we are going to speak about modern irrigation systems, tendencies, and where the world is going in terms of irrigation. First of all, some words about our company. We invented dropping irrigation, and we were the first, and we started producing 4,300 employees. We work in over 110 countries, 300 engineers and agronomists, hundreds of worldwide projects, 25 subsidiaries. Our vision is that we, being the leading irrigation company, we try to provide water and food. Our mission is, together with partners, to make a revolution in irrigation system for stable future. And our goal is to help the world grow more with less expenses and costs, human resources. The less to invest, the more to receive. Before we go to irrigation, what are the tendencies in the world? Our future is determined by irrigation to a very big extent. According to the predictions, up to 2015, the population will be over 10 billion. Also, biophysical effect on climate change reduces yields, so minus 17% is expected, and also declining of hectares for farmland is predicted, but also will have to increase by 60% productivity to feed our planet. And the demand, as it is estimated, is 1% a year, while the territory are not going to increase. Because of this, there is a demand for innovation. New things, novelties in irrigation, in equipment, in workshops, in control to increase and yield. We are expecting a farming structure change. There will be consolidation and labor shortage is witnessed. It is hard to find people who are going to be good farmers, and all this leads to certain changes in the world, which means that the most influential factors of the future are going to be precision farming, labor shortage, automation. Everybody must be very professionalism, and consolidation, which is uniting into bigger units. Let us look at the success in the past. It was crop protection, fertilization, seeds, and equipment. With time, it was not enough, and now we need new schemes, planning patterns, robotization, data-enable agriculture, new instructions, and new farming models. And even this is not enough to be successful. Now we must orient at financing and insurance. Autonomous machines are important, proper treatment, biologics. Where can we influence? It is automatic, robotization, chemistry, biology, and we can use dripping irrigation and soil cultivation, where it will bring us increase of yields, reduction of costs, and improvement of resource usage, reduced risk of irregular irrigation. Also, we will have easier use and adjustment, expansion, and also new cost-effective models. All the above brought us to the appearance of the necessity of precision farming. What is precision farming? It is using data on the level of a square meter, and sometimes on the level of a single plant, sometimes, in order to optimize the consumption of inputs in the conditions of our field. Why? Why precision agriculture? First of all, it will allow not to repeat mistakes. How to do crop protection, proper irrigation, proper harvesting. All this will give us a possibility to have high yields from 1 hectare and have a lower cost. Also, precision agriculture allows better functionality and ease of use. Why? Why now does agriculture try to use this precision agriculture, precision irrigation? Several reasons. First of all, there are more sensors. They are cheaper. There is a possibility to use external data, wireless connection, real-time data receiving, analysis based on cloud computing capabilities, and there is more equipment, and it is better and more automated. That is, future is now, and now it goes. We go to future, we go to automation, and this future is coming to us. And to continue the presentation, I would like to show you this video, video 1. This is about the automation
As much as I love it, it's a risky business. Every season, making decisions, taking action, succeeding, failing, learning. But this changed everything. Monitoring, analysis, control, all from the palm of my hand. NetBeat, the first irrigation system with a brain.
Первая ирригационная система с мозгом. Here in this video you could see the system NetBeat, and it was the first integrated system for irrigation with artificial intelligence. It allows not only to have the data, but it also takes decisions automatically when and how much to irrigate, and you just press the button on the computer or smartphone, and then you can launch irrigation. This is what we are trying to reach. We have samples, and in the nearest future, agriculture will be able to use them broadly on all crops. What is a possibility of irrigation and fertilizer introduction, monitoring and sensing of moisture, and crop control. What is this system about? There is a computer, it is called controller, to 500 fields, then terminal units that regulate the pumps, and artificial intellect, the program which is in the cloud, and it gets information and basing on 3D takes decision and gives recommendations to the user. In other words, NetBeat allows farmers to manage irrigation, to manage fertigation in real time. Getting the data from multiple sources, decisions are taken automatically, and action in real time. If we look what it consists of, you can see all these things on the screen. So plant centers, fertilizer meters, meteorological stations, satellite images. Yeah, everything is on the screen in English. You can see pressure and flow. You can satellite images, get them, and more sensors. The interface can work on different gadgets. A friendly interface, clear, you can see it. You can get information about the field, and you can manage the field. All the fields can be on Google, and you can click on a field and see all its characteristics, irrigation recommendations, fertilizer recommendations. So there are several fields, cabbages, let's say, young cabbages, peaches, and first column says alarm, which means it is time, be ready, start fertilizing, how much water. Line 2, timing, and the user just confirms the action and it starts. If there is a necessity to do some other works which do not allow to work with irrigation, irrigation is postponed, and you see what the effect is going to be. Sensors also give information in real time, which makes it possible to take decisions immediately and react to the data. And the most important thing, brain system with brain, crop model. What is crop model? Development of culture, which is calculated depending on the growth condition, input of fertilizers, nutrition, date of planting, time of ripening. The computer calculates the phases, how much and when to introduce fertilizers, and you can make corrections. For some reason, maybe there is no density, which was, or there was hail, and the computer doesn't see the necessity to correct the phase. If you look at the system, this is the big picture. Here we can see a pump which is regulated from the central computer. There are filters. Every tank has different fertilizers. Everything is controlled by the computers. Comes to different blocks. There are data meters. Information is sent to the central computer, which sends it to cloud, and additional resources, meteorological station, drone data, everything comes to your computer. You are offered an offer, you are suggested, and you confirm, and then the reaction goes there, everything is launched, and the water runs. This is what I wanted to say about approaches, and video 2 will show how we developed from past to future.
More than 50 years ago, Netafim was founded on a small kibbutz in Israel and introduced drip irrigation to the world. Drop by drop, field by field, we have become the world's largest irrigation company, leading the drip irrigation revolution and helping the world grow more with less. With its end-to-end smart irrigation solutions, Netafim offers a diverse portfolio of products and services that address every need, from the water source to the plant's root. Starting with unique financing capabilities and best-in-class planning, through leading agronomic and technical know-how, to cutting-edge innovative irrigation technology. We will accelerate the growth and drive mass adoption of smart irrigation solutions by investing significant efforts and resources in developing emerging markets, deploying large-scale irrigation projects, and increasing the penetration in commodity crops. Netafim is leading the way into the future, in which sophisticated robots and automated systems will drive simplicity in irrigation, reducing the dependence on working hands and natural resources. Advanced sensors, satellites, and data management systems will help farmers to control and monitor their fields from the palm of their hands, facilitating precise agriculture and allowing them to benefit from better yield and greater peace of mind. Together with our partners for success, we will lead the change for a sustainable future. Netafim. Grow more with less.
This is about all I wanted to show you, and modern agriculture is getting automated, and it is inevitable. Thank you, Anatoly. Thank you very much for being with us. I know that Netafim has a lot of projects in Moldova, and we hope for the future collaboration. Future is with rational use of water and water resources.
So now So I would like to invite the other speakers and presenters. So I would like to invite Teodor Boțan and Radu Voicu, and they will speak about the steps in project planning as well as the funding in irrigation field. And these are the projects run by Livada Moldovei.
Fluxapiroxad face parte din grupa fungicidelor SDHI, inhibitori ai succinat dehidrogenazei. Substanța activă blochează producerea de energie a agentului patogen, mai specific, întrerupe funcționarea normală a enzimei succinat dehidrogenază, întrerupând lanțul respirației mitocondriale. Ca urmare, agentul patogen este distrus. Pentru a ajunge la enzima țintă aflată în interiorul celulei agentului patogen, substanța activă trebuie să treacă de toate barierele membranare. Unele dintre ele sunt foarte puțin permeabile la moleculele liposolubile, altele blochează moleculele hidrosolubile. Așadar, aflată în spatele numeroaselor bariere lipofile și hidrofile, enzima țintă este dificil de atins. Dar substanța activă inovatoare, fluxapiroxad, reușește să acționeze rapid și eficient într-un mod unic. Molecula de fluxapiroxad poate lua diferite conformații, lipofile sau hidrofile, fiind astfel mobilă în ambele medii. Se adaptează foarte repede și trece de toate barierele membranare pentru a ajunge la enzima țintă, succinat dehidrogenază. Moleculele se fixează puternic pe stratul ceros al frunzei datorită proprietăților lipofile, iar apoi încep să se unească. Rezultă formarea unor cristale care aderă ferm la stratul ceros. Roa sau precipitațiile mobilizează o parte din substanța activă din depozitele create și activează redistribuirea intensă pe suprafața frunzei, asigurând protecția continuă a plantei pentru o perioadă lungă de timp.
BASF. We create chemistry.
Bună ziua, stimați producători.
So good day, I would like to greet all the fruit producers in Moldova. So I would like to present some information about water resources as well as the irrigation system. As you know, a very constraining fact, a limiting factor for us is the insufficiency, scarceness of resources, of water resources, in particular from the rainfall, from the precipitation. The losses cause a lot of economic losses as a result of insufficiency of water. And that's a very big threat for the food safety and security of the state. Given the fact that the quantity of precipitation in the Republic of Moldova is about 300/400 millimeters, whereas the requirements of crop demands are absolutely much bigger than that amount, so 2 times bigger than 300 or 400 millimeters of precipitation, the only possibility to overcome and to offset or compensate the moisture and humidity insufficiency would be to provide artificial irrigation by using various irrigation methods. Some of the issues that have to be taken into consideration in order to irrigate a fruit-growing plantation and orchard is the following. First of all, we have to see if we have a sufficient quantity of water in order to cover the entire plantation with irrigation, whether the water is of a high quality, for irrigation not to contain any salts, and if soil allows for water to penetrate and go to the roots and to the absorbing irrigation fields. And the crop, the plant has to be justified from economic point of view, as well as irrigation be an expense that can be used. Also, water shall be used at like 90% in such a way that the equipment for irrigation be efficiently controlled. And also for a good irrigation system, it's important to have human resources and professionals who are well trained and skilled in such a way that the irrigation be used accordingly. So we should understand that water is not mine, is not yours. So water belongs to future generations So thereby Moldova developed a lot of laws and a lot of regulations were developed in the Republic of Moldova, as well as different normative acts that have come into effect. I would like to mention the law on the protection of the environment adopted in '93, the law on water, as well as the recently adopted governmental regulation adopted in 2020. And this is the regulation about the use of groundwater from different artesian wells and some other water bodies. So in order to install an irrigation system, it is necessary to have a technical design, a technical project, and this technical project should undergo a state ecological inspection or expertise. So the state ecological expertise and inspection is regulated from 50 to 100 hectares. If you have more than 100 hectares, and if you want to plant and to irrigate an orchard which has more than 100 hectares of surface, in addition, you have to make an impact on the environment. Environmental impact assessment shall be conducted. For the orchards that are less than 50 hectares of land, so this ecological expertise shall not be done. It is not necessary to have the state ecological expertise. You would need only an execution project. So the first step in planning an irrigation system, first of all, is to get the environmental authorization for special use of water. So that's a special authorization that has to be granted. It is issued based on a request, or an application shall be issued by the environmental agency. Also, you have to understand that this authorization is not necessary for consumption of water from wells or springs. It is not necessary for swimming, bathing purposes, for some personal human use. But if you want to use it for special purposes, likewise irrigation is, or for different kind of industry, this environmental authorization is needed. That's the first requirement. Second requirement is development of the project design. So this project design scheme has to be done in cooperation with a specialized company with knowledge and experience in irrigation. To have this project scheme, so they have to investigate the land as well as the water source shall be evaluated, the client needs have to be assessed, then a certain recommendation shall be provided on the necessary equipment to be chosen for that particular purpose and irrigation, and then this project scheme has to be prepared as well as the expenditure cost chart shall also be provided. On this scheme, I would like to give you one example and to see the logic, the rationale on how this project scheme of a technical project shall be developed, how it looks like. So first of all, here you can see an orchard of about 60 hectares. So who is the beneficiary of this project? So the beneficiary of the project said that he would like to have 60 hectares of orchard planted starting from 2018, 20 hectares, and then plus 20 hectares every new year. So initially we calculated so the capacity of the irrigation of the pumping station for 60 hectares only. So this is the example. So it comes from the Byrladeny village from Oknitsa district. This is an apple plantation of 20 hectares. So water comes from a pond, from a lake. The soil texture is medium. So the planting distance is 3.5, 0.9 meters. And the rootstock and stock correlation, so this kind of tube has to be calculated for each row of irrigation. The capacity of irrigation system shall ensure so that the apple trees or the plantation be covered in the entire shelf life and be provided the necessary quantity for the entire shelf life of that particular orchard. So we have to look into the coefficient of that particular crop, as well as the evapotranspiration, ET. For example, if you take the months of June or July, everything that is being evaporated and get into the plant is about 5 millimeters per day, and this is 50 cubic meters meters per hectare per day. And the crop coefficient is 0.8, and this is the data provided by FAO, and this is during the fruit-bearing fructification period. So thereby, we have to compensate and to offset these expenditures related to transpiration or evaporation. It means that we have to get raindrops from nature, or we have to irrigate and pump artificially in order to compensate the insufficiency of water. On that slide, I would like to give you just one example and what is the rationale on calculating the power of irrigation and the capacity of the irrigation. Let's say we have 50 cubic meters per hectare per day multiplied by the coefficient of crop 0.8, so that means that we have 40 cubic meters per hectare per day. And for the total of 20 hectares, the total amount would be 800 cubic meters, 20 hectares so per day. Then we have to have a rest period, and then we have to work for 22 hours. So that means that the debit would be 36 cubic meters per hour. Another very important parameter that has to be taken into consideration is the power, the pressure that has to be maintained by the irrigation system, by the pumping station. So this power and pressure is calculated depending by the height to the highest point in this orchard from the debit point. Also, the pressure losses in the main pipes and the secondary pipes have to also be taken into account. The local losses in the filters and the nozzles have to be calculated. For example, here we have the losses in the filters is 10 millimeters 1 bar, as well as the working pressure on the tripping line, so 20 meters. In total, we have a necessary pressure for the pumping station, which is 7 bars, calculated at 7 bars. Once we get this data from the pumping stations, as well as the cubic meters necessary to be covered in irrigation. So we have all these calculations, and we then calculate the total costs for the entire irrigation equipment. So this is very important to have this aggregate calculations. Otherwise, if you deviate and we do not provide sufficient debit and power in such a way that the pumping station would be able to provide the quantity needed, that means that the investment might go to zero and will have losses, and the system would not be able to generate the necessary quantity of water flow. And on this example, for this 20 hectares of apple orchard, and that was actually an expansion of the existing, so we have the electric pumping station, the existing filtering, as well as we have all the cost for the main pipelines of 139, as well as we have the fittings, the expansion compensator of pressure and other accessories, and the total amount is 672,200 lei. If you look into the cost of the irrigation system, the next step would be to look for funding. And I would like to invite Radu Voico, my colleague, who is the technical director from the Levada Moldova Technical Consultant. My name is Radu Voico. I am the consultant in the technical assistant project for Levada Moldova project, and shortly I would like to speak about the key issue, point in implementing various new technologies, in particular some innovative, important technologies for horticulture, and in particular focus on the irrigation. So the project Levada Moldova, as you know, is providing funds for the producers and the growers in the horticulture field. So those who would wish to develop a business in that particular horticulture sector. As it was mentioned by my colleague Theodor from Levada Moldova project, it's very important to enjoy and to get some support, to get some financial support by the growers if they want to make their own investment. It has to be somehow matched. So the Levada Moldova project is providing very advantageous conditions of funding for such kind of growers. And we provide some preferential terms. And what I would like to mention, I'm going back to the example that was provided by my colleague about the 20 hectares of apple orchard. So this is Ploil Burladen company from Oknitsa district, and who was and is our beneficiary of our project. and also received a loan, a credit line to make an investment in the horticulture, including various aspects, starting from plantation, second support advisory, anti-hail system, as well as some advanced irrigation systems. So all these aspects were covered in the funding. Out of the total amount of the loan, of the credit, 14 million lei in total, about 600 or 672,000 lei was provided, in particular for the irrigation system, for the irrigation equipment. In this context, I would like to mention that the Levada Moldovi project provides not only funding, not only money, but also provides a lot of technical and advisory support to the beneficiaries that would like to apply for the Moldova project, Levada Moldovi project. And also they can benefit from some support explaining the conditions and the terms for having access to that particular credit, as well as the steps that have to be followed in order to obtain the funding from Levada Moldovi project, what shall be known. Also, particular support and assistance is provided in preparing the documents, the technical documentation, as well as some of the standard documents to apply and to get the credit from the Levada Moldovi project, likewise the business plan development. As well as we provide support in terms of preparing the entire package of documents to enjoy some tax reliefs. As I said, the Levada Moldovi credit is very advantageous and presupposes certain kind of terms and tax reliefs. For example, zero VAT tax, as well as exemption from customs fees, as well as from some of the duties and fees. So this is the general information about the funding and financing provided by the Levada Moldovi project. And now I would like to invite back my colleague. I would like to invite Theodor, and he will speak about the next steps to make investments in the irrigation system. So the next step is the commissioning, exploitation, and the mantling, assembling. So first of all, we have the funding, so we have also the scheme, the technical scheme, and then we have to start assembling and to start using that particular irrigation system, put it into commission. First of all, we do the assembling, and all the spare parts and the components of irrigation have to be put together. Also, then we have to check on the parameters, technical conditions, whether they're in line with the technical specification. Then it's commissioned and put into exploitation. But in addition, we have to train staff. The recommendation would be for the beneficiaries, for the beneficiary to help and to assist during the assembling of the irrigation system in such a way that they know from the very outset, know the situation better, and then we go to the maintenance, servicing, and the commissioning of that
Ați vrut video. Poftim video de la Tatiana Petrovna din Levada. Că mai sortul ăsta de mere să culege.
And you can see one example.
Și aici mă ating ceva căpăi.
So you can see how irrigation goes. Now I would like to show you a couple of examples of success stories and implemented in our country. This is one project in Bărlădeni village in Ocnitsa district. You can see the beneficiary, the Ploil Bărlădeni. According to the technical documentation, they have to dig for the pipes. So the main pipe has to be connected to the secondary pipes, all the entries, exits of the nozzles and of the tubes, and then the tripping line has to be connected to the main line. On this slide, I would like to show a second example, which is in Grimankauts village in Briceni district. That's a water basin. Water comes from the pond, and this This base is located close to the apple orchard or apple plantation. Water is pumped from a distance of 3 kilometers from this pond. We have a diesel-run pumping station. And now we would like to see how this pumping is done. So when these collection basins or water bases are built, some technical issues have to be taken into consideration. And this is another example from Sadova village in Kalarash. And you can see the special equipment that is being used for excavation and for leveling of the shores. Another example of from Zgurica, from Drokia district. Recommendation for the producers and growers of fruit that the volume, the size of this water base shall be calculated depending on the surface in such a way that it has a reserve of at least 1 month for the irrigation of the respective plantation. Another example. Irrigation system from Kremenchuk village, Soroka. Water is pumped from Dniester. So goes to the first basin. 10,000 cubic meters. Then with the second electrical pump goes to a second basin, and then the irrigation starts for 70 hectares of blueberry. Another example, the same village of Grimenkauts Bricheń, the LLC Vikmar Agro, and that's a special premise where the entire equipment is assembled. And this is an automatized pumping station, and also has filtering capacity, taking the pond water, so they have special filters to treat it from sand. And then the system is automatically conducted, and also can be used for fertilizer irrigation. In that situation, the beneficiary wanted to have different fertilizers put in the tanks, and then from these tanks, so the irrigation program would start, and together with the fertilization automatically, so all these fertilizers together with the water would go to the plant, to the crop, to the distribution block. It's a combination. And that gives a very unique possibility to the farmer. Farmer has the possibility to use just one person, and that person would ensure fertilizers and irrigation to a surface of 50 hectares. You can see another example, and this is a distribution node, which is in automatic control system, opening 2 irrigation blocks in parallel for this for growing orchard. So another from Anyaninoi Mireni. And also I would like to ask you to turn on the video. And you can see a demo on how this irrigation is installed, as well as how the system works, the tripping, underground, into switchery orchard. This is in Falesht, in the village of Kepish.
So please display the video. This is a special machinery where we assemble the dripping tube, which is on the wheels. The wheels regulate the depth. The depth at which the tube shall be dug. This is how the tube is dug at the depth of 30-45 centimeters underground. In this cherry plantation, we assemble 2 tubes per row. Following this layer of the laying of the tubes, then we regulate, or we establish what shall be the drip irrigation speed or volume. It is recommended that after you mounted the irrigation system, it is recommended to plant or to sow grass in between the parcels and also in between the rows, which help us fight erosion and create a very favorable microclimate within the plantation, and to facilitate the technological or the agricultural works like sprinkling, pruning, and other operations that are very important to be done in the orchard. Here you can see this orchard was created on 2 September 2020, and this is how it looks as of 1 December 2020. In Moldova's conditions, I think that the best irrigation method for any agricultural crop, particularly in case of perennials, so the drip irrigation is most advisable. It ensures over 90% efficiency, particularly if the drip irrigation is under tubes are underground. The efficiency would be 99% compared to 50% effectiveness under the overhead sprinkling irrigation. So that's why drip irrigation should be used rationally, and a successful irrigation will be ensured when, with minimum quantity of water, will achieve good yields of quality fruits. Thank you, and I wish you success. And have a good day.
Împrumuturile sunt acordate în euro sau lei moldovenești pe un termen de 10 ani, cu o dobândă atractivă de la 2,8% până la 4,9% anual. Suma minimă pe care o oferă Livada Moldovei este de 5.000 de euro, iar cea maximă de 5 milioane. În cadrul proiectului sunt oferite și facilități fiscale, cum ar fi cota 0 TVA, scutirea de plată a taxelor și procedurilor vamale sau a accizelor. Nu ezitați să accesați site-ul www.livada-moldovei.md.
Here we are back, and I have an honor to introduce Marco Bertolozzi from Italy, a scientific researcher from CIF, a consortium of greenhouses.
So I'm going to share the screen so we can start.
Please.
Yeah, I want to thank you for the invitation, also on behalf of CIV, of course. And so let's start. Do you see my presentation?
Yeah, we see it very good.
No, wait, sorry. Okay. Okay, do you see the presentation?
Yeah, I hope you...
Very good.
83 slides you will manage in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I will manage it. It's 25 minutes, so don't worry. Okay, so let's start from who we are, from CIV. So CIV is a consortium of 3 nurserymen located in Italy that in the 80s joined together, forming CAV. And the three nurserymen are Mazzoni, Tagliani, and Salvi, as you can see. Altogether, the three nurserymen are selling 7 million rootstocks every year, mostly of pears and apples. 4.5 million of trees, mainly apples, let's say. And only Mazzoni and Salvi sells 300 million of strawberry plants. It is worth noting also that Mazzoni and Salvi are vertically integrated in the supply chain, and they also produce and commercialize fruit.
Marco, make it full screen, please.
Okay. Do you see now? Wait, I think it's better if I do like this. Give me 1 second, sorry. I share this screen. Do you see it now?
Yeah, you could choose to speak in Italian or
no,
English.
I speak in English. I think if there are some people that can speak, that can understand English, maybe it's better. So I go fast because I would like to cover all the topics. So this is CAV. CAV is an experimental station, and we have 52 hectares, equally shared between strawberries and apples, as you can see. And here, let's say we breed new varieties. We breed the new apple and strawberry varieties. So CAV is not just breeding. So we are 4 core activities. One is the breeding. Now we own, we totally own the apple and the strawberry breeding projects, but we also cooperate with other companies all around the world in other projects to breed the new rootstocks and pears and other varieties of other species. We also certify the plant propagating material. So plant propagated material produced by CAV is certified at European level. And we also evaluate new varieties from third parties, and especially we manage the intellectual property right of our varieties and of third-party varieties as well. So very quickly, the apple breeding program, more or less, we cross every year from 50,000 to 30,000 seedlings. This is what we have every year in terms of new genotype derived by our crosses. And the main objectives, of course, is the taste of the fruit, so the eating experience and the organoleptic, let's say, characteristics. Resistances to diseases, because we would like to create new varieties that are environmentally friendly. And of course, it is interesting, and it is very important to highlight that the new varieties are at least scab resistant. The new CAV varieties are at least scab resistant, and I think that in the next years we will have double resistances. So we are looking forward to obtaining mildew and scab resistant varieties. So of course, our varieties are let's say, they do have high genetic traits. So inherently, intrinsically, they have good genetic characteristics that are very important when you plant varieties, maybe in very bad conditions. For example, in areas in which you struggle to get coloration or you have poor soil condition, if you have a good genetics, then you can overcome these problems. So I go quick. So I want to show you that we are cooperating, as I told you before, with many entities all around the world. In Mexico with Giddings, in Italy with the University of Bologna, and we are founding members of the International New Variety Networks, which is an association of nurserymen all around the world whose aim is to develop the sharing and the development of varieties in a coordinated manner. These are some of our brands, and here you have some figures about the quantity of intellectual property rights that we have all around the world. In terms, as regards the apple breeding program, we have three main, let's say, testing stations at 0 meters above the sea level, at 200 meters above the sea level, and at 500 meters above the sea level. So we want to see whether the new selections are consistent in terms of features. It is true that normally the apples are performing better at higher elevation, but one of our goal is to find varieties that are good in the valley, in which you struggle to get coloration and you struggle to get quality. So we participate to many trade shows all around the world. We are very active in open fields and in creating, let's say, interest towards the organization, international organizations such as INN. So the breeding program, the strawberry breeding program is, of course, based on a very, let's say, interesting and very, let's say, very big, I would say, germplasm. And this is also formed by selections that CIV is keeping and using to make the crosses. This is the process, and of course, you need 10 years more or less to get a new strawberry. On the other hand, maybe I forgot to mention that with the apples, you need 20 years to get new varieties. Here we have more trial stations because, as you may know, strawberries, there are different kinds of strawberries, and according to the type of strawberries, we have to evaluate in different areas, from low chill areas, so south of Italy and south of Spain, to cold climates in Northern Europe and in the Italian mountains. So now let's start to discuss about the novelties, which is maybe something that you are interested in. In terms of apple, I'm going to show you some new interesting varieties. I start with Fusion. Fusion is an hybrid, which is very similar to a Fuji in terms of shape. It's a little bit smaller. And also in terms of harvesting time, it is harvested more or less in the same period. What is different is, I would like to highlight, certain, let's say, aspects that are very, very important. There are three advantages of Fusion if compared to traditional Fujis. One is, of course, the storability. Storability of Fusion is better than traditional Fujis, because in March, more or less, you still have a fruit that is edible with a sugar that is perceivable. On the other hand, if you eat Fujis out of the refrigerator, out of the cold room in March, normally you don't feel any taste, you just feel water. And it is scab resistant, and this is very important, and it does not have any biannual bearing. So you have three advantages if compared to Fuji. These are other pictures from 0 meters above the sea level, so you see that the fruit is looking nice, and here the three advantages that I have just explained you. Going forward, we move ahead to our Fuji. We do have our clone, and this is our clone, a picture from this year from the mountains. It was very nice. It is good looking, as you can see. The productivity this year was amazing. We have pictures from bee balm trees and pictures from, let's say, spindle trees. In different locations, and I don't think I have nothing to add with respect to the Fuji. Fujis are Fujis. This is our total red clone that is performing well also in the valley. here there is a video. We don't have time to see it, but you can click on this link and you can see a video took by myself, taken by myself in these orchards. Then it is, I would like to show you CIV T15 called T-Rex, which is our early total red gala. Also here, it is a gala, it's our clone, it's totally red, also at 0 meters above the sea level, and I think this is very interesting. But what is also interesting is that it really ripens earlier than the other galas. We estimate 3 to 5 days earlier, and so you can really harvest some days before. You have a totally red coloration, and the fruit is ripe. So this is very interesting. And also the size is a little bit bigger than other galas. Of course, I erased here the names of competing galas, but trust me, these are galas that are commonly planted in Italy, and our galas was darker and bigger. And these are samples from our valley. This is another picture from our valley at 0 meters above the sea level. And I move forward. This is what I just said. Smeralda is an hybrid. It's very interesting because it's a green apple that can be harvested 8 days after gala, so in the early period. But it has a long on-tree ripe life. It means that you can leave the fruit on the trees for 1 month and a half, even for 1 month and a half, and no fruit are falling down. The fruit are turning yellow. I have pictures that shows that. Give me 1 second. We don't have time to go through all this information, but so harvested in this case was 2 weeks after galas, and this was a comparison in October. So you see that the fruit still keep a very interesting fruit internal quality. And of course, the yellow fruit are sweeter because they did have accumulated more sugar, and is still eatable. So if you want something which is sparkling, acidic, you can harvest the green fruit. If you want something more yellowish that in the cold room will definitely get the yellow, more or less like a golden delicious, you need to wait 1 month or 1 month and a half on the tree, and then you harvest the fruit, and you can still store it till 12 months. So it is very interesting. These are the 3 typologies of fruit you can get: early harvest, middle harvest, and late harvest. Then I would like to show the last one. This is not a scab-resistant variety, but I think in places located at high elevation, you do have a very nice fruit, a pinkish fruit. This is a cross with, of course, Crips pink, and you do have a pinkish fruit which is very, very sweet. So this is what I would like you to remember about Sinfonia, which is the name of this variety. Variety suitable for high elevation, which is pinkish and which is very sweet. So now I go to the strawberry. What is important to highlight about the strawberry is that there are common, let's say, features which are typical of our genetics. So our plants are quite robust, rustic, we say, and are resistant to root diseases and also to oidium in the majority of the cases. And normally we are looking forward to obtaining varieties with a long harvest season, especially for June bearers. So we would like varieties that can be harvested for 1 month or 1 month and a half. Varieties that are early. This is true for all varieties, also for low chill varieties. We would like, of course, productive varieties, and of course we would like to have the fruit quality. Fruit quality is now one of the main pillar, one of the main criterion in our breeding program. So I start to, sorry. Okay, now I'm going to show you the June bearers. The most famous, of course, is Clery, but we do have some novelties. So this is a picture of Clery. Clery is a very early June bearer and can be cultivated both out of soil and in soil, so depending on your cultivation techniques. Of course, it's a variety with high chill requirements and very productive. The most interesting features, which is the information you have to remember, is the earliness, so the early ripening, and the fact that you can easily transport the fruit without, let's say, ruin it, without, let's say, we can say it's resistant to manipulation and handling. I'm sure you know Clery because it's quite famous also in Eastern European countries. Indeed, this is the diffusion of Clery. Clery, it is worth noting that in 2019, the average sales done by CIV shareholders, Salvi Mazzoni, was about 100 million plants. In France, is the most important varieties, one of the most important varieties, along with Garriguette. In Germany, it accounts for 30% of the overall plants, strawberry plants sold and planted every year. And we have also an international projects in other countries such as Canada. So Aprica is another interesting variety, which is very interesting for the firmness and the very good shelf life. So this is, I think, the most interesting advantage. You can plant it, you cultivate it, and then you can export also in neighboring countries. And the taste is interesting because you have a balance between the sweetness and the acidity. This is a novelty. It's quite new. Is Licha is a novelty, and as you can see, the shape of the fruit of Licha is very interesting because it resembles more or less the strawberries that are typically cultivated in warm climate in south of Europe. So this conical uniform shape, I think, is very interesting. It is also very interesting that you can harvest one time per week. You don't have to harvest every days or every 2 days in the peak of the season, because you are scared that the fruit gets rotten on the plant. No, the fruit can stay on the plant without losing any quality. This is one of the most important characteristics. The shape and the flavor is very, very nice. And it is suitable both for, let's say, soil, in-ground, in-house production under tunnel, and also out of soil productions. Here you can see the shape. Very interesting. Now Sibilla is not early, is a mid to late flowering varieties and mid to late ripening varieties. The advantage is that having the flowering in the mid-late season, you can easily escape the late frost, and this year was one of the year in which Sibilla growers did have amazing results, because we had 2 late frost events, and Sibilla was not affected because of this reason. And of course, the taste is very nice, and also the storability and the shelf life is very nice. And we have testimony of growers that did ship Sibylla till Norway, and I think it's a very nice achievement. Again, pictures of Sibylla. Jolie, a few words about Jolie. Jolie is another interesting variety in the mid-late period because of the regular shape throughout the pickings. I mean, in all picking, you did have the same shape of the fruit and the same fruit size, and this is an advantage for those growers that would like to have, let's say, a variety like this to put in their portfolio. Of course, the firmness is very nice, and also the storability is good. Not as good as Sibylla, anyhow. So a few words about the everbearers, and then my presentation is finished. Murano, Vivara, Cantus, and Anya are the four, let's say, proposals of CIV. Murano, I'm sure you know it, is a very famous day-neutral varieties, which is amazing in terms of flavors and in terms of also fruit organoleptic characteristics, in terms of firmness as well. You don't have any issue in summertime when the temperature are very high. You still have a very nice quality of the fruit in the pickings that are occurring in that period. And the ripening is early, but then is equally distributed throughout the production season. You have to think that Murano is one of the most important day-neutral varieties planted in UK nowadays, and now is being developed all around the world in many countries, such as the United States, Russia, Canada, and Mexico. Vivara, in terms of organoleptic characteristics, is worse than the Murano, but is very, very productive. And this fact, I think, is a strong advantage, because every year you do get 20 to 25% higher productivity than Murano. And also for growers that are planting day neutral, we do think that this can be a valuable solution to couple with Murano, maybe having 70% of Murano and 30% of Vivara can be very interesting for the growers. Then we have the last two day-neutral varieties that are quite new. This is Cantus. Cantus is very interesting because it's more productive than Murano, and also it has a very interesting flavor, which is something that we are looking for in our very new, let's say, varieties. And also the fruit size is constant throughout the season, which is another parameter that we are looking for. And also the skin seems to be very resistant to bruising, handling, and manipulation. So for these reasons, Cantus is taking ground in Northern European countries as well, but we do hope that other growers and other, let's say, marketers would appreciate this variety in other countries. The last one is Anya. Anya and Cantus are brother and sisters, let's say, but Anya and both of them, they have a very interesting flavor, but Anya is the one that really stands out in terms of flavor. So the most interesting characteristic of Anya is the fact that it has a unique aromatic flavor, which really resembles the one of the wild strawberries that you can find in the forest. So this is the main characteristics of Anya. So I hope to give you an overview of CAV, of our novelties. I did try to focus on the main aspects for each, let's say, varieties. Of course, if you have some information, if you want to get more information, you can contact me. I am responsible of the business development at CAV. What I'm doing is licensing. I'm licensing the right to exploit our intellectual property rights. And I normally do business with nurserymen or big fruit cooperatives, big fruit marketers. If you want to directly buy plants, you have to speak with our 3 shareholders, Salvi, Mazzoni, Italiani, that I showed in the very first slides. So thank you very much for listening me. I hope you enjoyed and have fun and have a good continuation. Bye.
Marco, thank you very much. You was just in time, finished all your slides. Very interesting presentation, and we hope for future collaboration and welcome to Moldova. Hope after this pandemic we will go better. Thank you very much again and see you next time.
Okay, you're welcome. Bye.
Mulțumim frumos. În continuare.
Thank you very much. And now we invite or want to give the floor to Noah Amgal, Voxel, Israeli company, who will speak about the harvesting platforms.
Yes, we are hearing you.
First of all, thank you for inviting us to show our product, and I want to speak a bit our product. We are I'm the CEO of the company, and a few years ago, my partner Nir was very known in our area as a man with a golden hand and very creative, who studied industrial design. To try as a farmer in our area, we are growing here something like 800% of the tomatoes and mangoes, avocados, orange, etc., etc. They asked him to find a solution about how to solve the manual trolleys that they use in the greenhouse. Of course, the temperature in the greenhouse in the summer in Israel, it's very high, and the workers spend a lot of energy to remove the trolleys. I met the trolleys something like around 3 years ago when I visited him in his garage where he helped his father, and asked him about this trolley and said, this is it's a prototype of electric trolley. I took it immediately to my worker who's picking mangoes, and it was quite hard to get back the trolleys. Since then, they use with the manual trolleys that they can load something like 100 kilos, and they spend most of the energy to pull and to push the trolleys. So we took the idea, I joined him, and we started to develop the prototype. We decided about few principles. The first, it's reliability. The second one, it's easy to operate it, easy to maintain, and another further idea, it's the ecologic, ergonomic, and they can work all the day long. As you can see, that's the picture of one of our trolleys. You can adjust the up surface to fit it to the boxes that you use it. It can carry about more than 300 kilos. They have a potentiometer that they limited to 6 kilometers per hour. We have hydraulic brakes, and they can lock it. So it means it can cross any surface, any place that they working with. After we finish the prototype, And all the experience that they passed, we took it to the few places. The first one, it was the Minister of the Agriculture, because in Israel, the Minister of the Agriculture subsidized a machine that can save manpower, and particular to save manpower. And they make all the tests and everything that's necessary, and they give they give the okay, they pass all the tests, and they gave something like, they gave 25% of subsidy for the farmers who buy it. The same, the Minister of Labor give another 5% of for the buyer, because it's ergonomic, it's safe, a lot of health, and it's very good for the worker. We have, as you can see, several types, because with the time we found that the people asked to build more narrow trolleys and more powerful. And as you can see, we have also accessories that can. We have a wheelbarrow. We have a sprayer. We have many another accessories that we developed with the time. And we are already 3 years in the market. We are selling more than 500 trolleys. And to my happiness, it's all what we are decided, all the principle, it's fill up all of them. It's very reliability, and it's very helpful for the user. Just a minute, please. As I can see in this few short movie, here they during mangoes picking, and you can see it can now the trolley carries something like 150 kilos, and he drove it with one hand. It's very easy. The idea of this trolley, it's a 4x4, it's locked all the time, and it can make a full circle 360 degrees on spot, because the patent that we are developed. You can see we have the same in the avocados, and it's really solved the problem of it's make it much more easy to pick particular in the greenhouse, and tomatoes, cucumber, and all the crops that we are going in our area. Okay. And the products that we are making, it's the prices, it's quite reasonable. Of course, it's safe for a lot of energy and a lot of manpower, and the government give us the standard and the support of our product. And if you have any question, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you, Noam. We hope your product will come to Moldova, and we will have more question, practical ones. Okay, that's all with your presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Noam. We welcoming you to Moldova, and hope everything will start with the first deliver in Moldova of your product. În continuare, eu o să vă invit să...
So I would like to ask you to look on the screen with a couple of minutes.
E în natura ființei noastre să ne dezvoltăm. Impulsionați de nevoia primară a omului de a se hrăni și inspirați de nenumăratele posibilități oferite de pământ. De aici a început totul. Adama.
În continuare o să rămânem tot în Israel.
So we will stay in the same country in Israel, and we would like to invite Mr. Itai Maira from the same country, and he'll speak about the smart solutions for agriculture, in particular for orchard growing and horticulture.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we are hearing you well. Your presentation is on the screen.
Okay, great. So nice to meet you all. My name is Itai Miyama, and I'm from Growfit. Growfit is an IoT company that specialized in solutions for agricultural, and the idea is to make it easy. This is the main idea of Growfit, and I will present one of our solutions, Growfit Sensor, which help farmers in different places in the world to really get better their fields. We call it smart and easy because it is a smart solution. You only install it, the sensor, and it needs to give you how to irrigate your field. So why you need a system to support irrigation? So of course it's important for obtain more yield from your orchard, from your field. And second of things, of course, is conserve water and conserve fertilizers. And this is exactly what we supply. Here you can see in the right stage the Growfit sensor. So in general, how it's work. So Growfit sensor is divided to two parts. One part is the climate detection part that install up to the plants or on the canopies, and the second one is the sensors that is installed on the soil. But in general, is one unit and going like that to your fields, and giving you ability to support a decision about irrigation in your field. Okay, a little bit about it. I saw that already was explained, but little bit about irrigation via evapotranspiration and soil parameter. So in general, we can calculate via the Growfit sensor the evapotranspiration in the fields. Evapotranspiration is combined of transpiration via the plant and evapotranspiration via the soil, and we have the ability with the sensor to calculate evapotranspiration and give number, what we call ETO. Later on also to determine the KC, which means the right number for the plant, and if needs to be also stress coefficients factors as also is inside, and the Growfit can calculate all of this together and give you the idea or the best idea how to irrigate your fields. Little about the solution and how it's work. Okay, so this is the sensor that you see in the right, and it's working with smartphone application. You can see here different kind of plots, which means you can manage different kind of different plots with the application. You can read data direct from the sensor in the fields, working with Bluetooth technology, and also everything from the clouds via the application. And is simple as that. You see here, okay, one of the sensor. This is the tensiometer sensor, the soil tension. So in general, we advise the farmer where to put the red line to see what is mean good irrigation about soil tension, and the calculation. And the second thing is the calculation of the evapotranspiration and the irrigation from the fields. So in general, you can know here how much to irrigate and when also. When by this you can see this farmer needs to irrigate every 2 days, 5 millimeters, so which means he needs to irrigate 10 millimeters every 2 days. Very straightforward to the farmer to work. Very easy to install, very easy to work. Okay, this is one example of GrowFit installation. Different company around the world because it's really kind of smart and easy solution. What I want to present you is very good results. We have by using these sensors or this kind of sensors with farmer for optimization of the crops. So just in this picture you can see. This is vegetables, but we also work with trees. But here you can see in this picture, you can see different production in different farms. Same variety, everything is the same. Different village, okay, in the same country, it's the country of Israel. And you can see in the red point is farmers that produce around 6 kilo per meter square, while other farmers in their neighbors that can do 12 kilo per meter square. All these things, all these differences between the farmers can be in some moments to be solved with right data in the right time, and this is exactly what we are doing. You can see here data after applied GrowFit in the field. We can see improvement of production, of course, improvement of water consumption and fertilizer, but also water, but also better performance with a GrowFit solution. Regarding how we are manage the data, so here you can see one of the GrowFit dashboard, between all small units, this kind of unit that we install on your field is also replace itself on the map on the earth and giving his signals. And when you look on your fields, you can easily see, okay, when you have a good or non-good signal from the sensor about the irrigations in the fields and others parameter. Again, very, very simple, and you can see everything. I explained, but again, this is all about the data, how the data is looking. Here you can see exactly the irrigation data. When you see increase on the graph, which means soil is dry and dry and dry, and later on this is showing irrigation, and we take care with the farmer and with the smart unit to know exactly what will be the right attention on the soil. And for this kind, you can see in order to do it, you need to irrigate twice a day. So you see one irrigation and second irrigation per day in order to, in this time, in order to be in the right limitation. And of course, it's giving you different kinds of data from your fields about it. Temperature and all what is mean that we have inside. Regarding the kind of the dashboard, as I say, you can manage a lot of plot of that, the system will send you kind of alert if something is not good, and just by click on the right alert, for example here, you will get in the map the right field with the right issue inside these solutions. As I explained, the system is work with two kind of data taking. One of the things is the periodic, so the system is periodically take data from your fields, and it can be every 10 minutes, every 1 hour, but also it has trigger mechanism, which means when the trigger will turn on, the system also will turn on and will send different kinds of alerts. For example, you have a freezing risk on your field in the middle of the night. This system will know it and will send you SMS to tell you that you have some problem in your field. Again, very simple to install and to install, and very smart. Still with me?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we are here. It's the last your slide?
No, I am continuing. Just to be sure that you're with me, that was very quiet from the other side. Here you can see what it means to manage a lot of farm or a lot of fields together. This is kind of very big customer of us that manage a lot of his fields with these solutions, and you can see that every field is getting his locations and his alert if there is something not good. Okay, this is about this. Again, this is the solution and what it has inside. How much is simple to just employ it and go forward, and that all. This is my detail, my email, my telephone, graphic site, and thank you very much for your time.
Itai, thank you very much. Hope your technology will take place here in Moldova. Thank you and see you next time in Moldova. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So we've finally reached the final moment of the conference when it's time to summarize and to conclude. We hope that you've been with us all the time. And before closing, I would like to provide some conclusions of this conference, and namely, we need to concentrate on the fact that we need to ensure stable yields using technologies and innovations with limited resources available. We should notice that our partners or competitors from many countries have advanced in using the technologies, and a very obvious examples would be provided from Poland, Russian Federation, Netherlands. It is very important to pay attention to the variety spectrum. We need to renew the varieties, and I refer here to fruit stable grapes. And of course, the integrated plant protection against pests and diseases becomes a priority task in order to comply the maximum admissible norms of residues in order to be competitive on the EU and other markets. And of course, we should not forget about the infrastructure, post-harvesting infrastructure. I would highlight several other moments here or aspects here. Aspects that are in our agenda, for instance, the observance of unique quality standards by all of us in order to use the opportunities that emerge in the market. And last but not least, I want to mention and to cite Kurt, they're from Germany, who in his presentation mentioned positively that the Moldovan fruits have a future. Say we are at the finish of the conference, and I want to mention that all the presentations will be available and shared to all the participants in the conference, to other stakeholders. I want to use this opportunity and thank the Moldova Fruct Association team that have made consistent efforts, logistics, organizational and planning of this event. Of course, this event would be difficult to implement without our partners, the investment agency, our sponsors, companies, Adama, Livada Moldovei, EU Investment Bank, Buyers Advice and Consulting Companies, Corteva, our sponsor Fitomag, and of course our media partner, news portal, Agrobusiness Portal. So this is the end, and we want to wish you further on to have successes, to prosper, and I want to congratulate you with the coming winter holidays. Goodbye.